Folks, here we go. I am one proud Bavarian. As you may know, this is ModCon Day 2. We are back. I hope all of you have had a great time between the last stream and this stream, and we got so much going on today. Seriously, look at the schedule right over there. We got the 3D Masterclass, so extensive. You will know how to be a 3D modder. There is so much going on there. Thank you to El Tyrannos and the Just in General Community Flavor Pack team. Then there is Mod Administration 101. You can see the times underneath, of course. Mod Administration 101 is one of, honestly, my favorite panels, simply because they are so precise in the information they hand out when it comes to managing a mod, because it is much more work than you would think if you haven't modded before. Then we have the main event, and I know, I know why you're here. We all know after the end is gonna reveal a lot at the main event. There's going to be a lot of after the end in the main event. If you are excited for that, then I'm sure that this main event will be for you. I can already tell you there will also be a bit of a Kingdom of Heaven in there, and by a bit, I mean also a lot of Kingdom of Heaven. Now, if you don't know what that is, then trust me, you want to find out. There may also be a bit of a fantasy mod, you know, maybe related to the word war and hammer. Something like that anyway. But that is all in the main event, and much more as well. There are many other mods in that as well. We got the mad Majapahit ModJam. There has been insane progress. The modders are absolute beasts when it comes to making this mod happen. We're going to take a look at the progress that they have made. I have the current version of the mod on my drive right now. And after that, we're going to have the blind modding segment. What happened there? Basically, I gave a theme to 4 modders. I think it's 4 modders, right? Am I forgetting somebody? To 4 modders, and they had to do something out of that, but without talking to each other. So yeah, we're gonna see what the result is of that. Now, I do want to mention one thing, and that is that this is a charity stream. We got our own website. It is modcon.xyz. You can see ModCon has started. We're on day 2. There's one more day to come. Tomorrow, of course, is the beautiful, the one and only A Game of Thrones. But there is also a charity thing going on that is for Autismus Mittelfranken. And I, yet again, have to simply say thank you. We have raised 1,316 euro. Holy crap. All of you, thank you very much. Now, every cent counts. If you still want to go and help out the Ko-fi here, which this is linked in the chat. It is pinned, I believe. And you can check that out there if you want to donate. If you want to help the organization that we're supporting, they are building positive spaces for people with autism, and they also are advocates for them. They actually advise the Bavarian government on that topic. So all of that is in there. And then, of course, we got this beautiful, beautiful link up here as well, if you haven't seen it. Oh my god. You want to keep up with your favorite mod that is a part of ModCon? Well, look at this. You can even be cheeky here and just, you know, look at this. Oh, if this isn't the dream, then I don't know what is. But with that being said, I think we can just basically straight up jump into this. It's gonna be an early start here. I will be showing you the 3D Masterclass right now. Enjoy, have fun, and learn something, because in all honesty, there's a lot to be learned about 3D modding. So yeah, have fun and see you afterwards.
Hello there, I'm El Tyrannos from Community Flavor Pack, and today I'm with Altral from Community Flavor Pack team as well. We are going to do a 3D masterclass focused on the making of closest patterns. Altral, you might want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Atro. I work on mostly patterns and 2D art for Community Flavor Pack. So far, you might have seen some of my work in some of the Middle Eastern helmets. I've made some stamps for El Tyrannos to use to help improve his workflow and get things done faster. And in the latest African update, you would have seen some of the patterns that we use using a similar process to what we're going to show you today.
Yeah, exactly. And actually it's interesting because the patterns, you don't necessarily see them at first, but they really help giving life to the game, and that's why we decided to focus our masterclass on this subject. It's hard to see or you don't notice it, but still it gives a lot of variety, yeah. And as you can see here, we have a few. The models are very similar, they could be the very same and still they look different because of the patterns. So that's a system that anyone with basic knowledge on 2D art can access. Correct me if I'm wrong, Altral, but at least can do some first basic patterns and improve the variety in game.
Yeah, I think I mean, a lot of people have some basic skill with Photoshop or Illustrator and the Adobe suite in general, and especially the basic patterns, there's a few tools you can use to very quickly put some together and get them in game. So hopefully it'll be interesting for anyone who's got a little bit of experience in that. And if not, there are always tutorials online. There's so many for how to use Photoshop and Illustrator. So yeah, definitely take a look at that if you're curious.
Yeah. And so today we are going to talk about 5 main points, which are how to create a basic pattern. We won't focus especially on the 2D skills. Astral will tell you what is his workflow in general, but we are not going to be very focused on the 2D skills and the 2D softwares because there are tons of dedicated tutorials about vectorization and so on YouTube and elsewhere with people who are much more competent than us. We are going really to focus on the in-game and the 3D engine mechanism. So there is no more secret about this for you, and you can just unleash your 2D powers. So the color palette and the RGBA relationships, it's a bit overwhelming at first. It's not that complicated, then it gives a lot of flexibility to the system. An introduction to the PBR rendering, how the mod structure is done, because we are releasing with this ModCon panel a mod sample that you can reverse engineer and work over. And then for 3D artists, a little part more focused for you how to set up your models. So actually, that's your job in Community Flavor Pack. What do you do when you're creating a first pattern?
So I always start in Illustrator, Adobe Illustrator. It's just perfect for this kind of work. Really, it gives you a lot of tools to do it mathematically, and there are a lot of everything you make in Illustrator can be scaled up or down as much as you want without it becoming blurry. So I use Illustrator, but you could use Photoshop, or I mean, you could probably even use MS Paint if you wanted to. I don't recommend it, but it would work. What I try to do is with simple patterns like these, where you can see there's like stripes or squares in a repeated pattern, you can do this quite easily with Illustrator's inbuilt pattern making system. So you could just make the basic, like for the dot pattern you see outlined in purple, all I did there was make one dot, and then I used Illustrator's inbuilt pattern system to turn that into a pattern. And you need to make sure that your pattern is 512 by 512 pixels, because that's what the game uses. But obviously, because it's in Illustrator, as long as it's a square resolution, you can upsize or downsize as much as you want to make it fit in the game. And so here I've showed you 4 different types of patterns that I just threw together really quickly. All of these you can make in about 5 minutes or less, and these can be assigned to different parts of the clothing. So I've showed the stripe pattern on the top, and you can see the stars on the belt and everything like that.
Yeah.
I guess I'll switch over to Photoshop and just show you something important.
Yeah, let me swap.
Yeah, you might have to do that. Terence.
I'm switching you right now, giving you the controls. Go on.
Okay, here we go. So if we go over to this checked file here, oh, it's a bit laggy. Hang on. So we can see here we've got a file, and what's important is that the left side and the right side need to match up so that you can't when it's duplicated next to each other, you can't tell that it's separate squares, because what the game's going to do is it's going to repeat this one square over and over again in different directions, and that's going to cover the whole of the clothing. So we need to make sure that the left side matches up with the right side and the bottom matches up with the top.
Yeah.
And that makes sure we don't have any weird lines or anything.
That's what we call in 3D, it's called a seamless texture, so it's a tile basically. Yeah. Yeah, that's used actually. If you are a 3D artist or used to the 3D workflows, it's very similar to the workflows we use for buildings. Like if you have a very tall brick building, you don't want to have everything in a very small portion of your UV, of your texture, but instead you want to have something that is tiling. This way you have your brick tile of I don't know, 1K by 1K, and it repeats over and over, and this way you don't lose your resolution. So it's basically a workflow that was taken from the architectural 3D workflows and bring into characters for the more technical aspect. So yeah, you want it to be seamless.
Yeah, and Tyrannos, maybe you can demonstrate quickly how this tile patterns. So the controls are a bit laggy for me, but maybe you can show everyone how that works.
Sure. Yeah, so let's maybe imagine that just it's because this one is going to tile obviously quite easily because it's all square, but you see that if I'm putting them next to each other, they tile. If there was an offset, I would have something like this, and in game you would have a very bad looking result if it wasn't matching. So as long as it matches, it can repeat over and over, and then just the zoom level of your model is going to influence the size of the squares in this case.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's, yeah, I think that's a good introduction to what's a pattern here is. So we work here in black and white in the first place. That's it. That's one. Do you work black and white at first with various layers, of course, if you have to add more details?
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to you how you want to do it. Yeah. Depending on the pattern, I might just start immediately working in the pure red, green, and blue colors, and we'll get on to later.
Yeah, that's it.
Why those are important.
Yeah. But if you had to make just a squared pattern, like the one in red here, you would just do it black and white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's maybe move on then. I think we covered it pretty well. Here we're going to talk about the color palette. It's subtitled "The Power of RGBA Layers." And directly you switch to a more complex layer that you did at first. More complex pattern, sorry. With RGBA stands for red, green, blue, alpha, which are entries that the engine are going to read separately. So each layer is going to give an information to the engine to be interpreted into something in game. So here you have a full white background and then several shapes that combine into a final layer, right?
So you've got the red layer here, which is the background, and then the green layer goes on top of the red, the blue goes on top of the green, and then the alpha, which is shown as purple here, goes on top of everything else.
Right.
So yeah, that's how you can stack up your different layers to make sure that the right things sit on top of the right parts of the pattern.
Right, and
And
then
then
the right
yeah, go
part,
ahead.
the right of part of the screen, you give per layer a color information that is going to be recombined into a colored pattern, right?
Yeah, so here we've got it will interpret, the game engine will interpret the red layer, and it will say, okay, I want to match the red layer to white, the green layer to this kind of slightly different green color, the blue layer to a slightly lighter blue, and the alpha layer to this yellow color. And then it will combine all of that together, and we'll get the final image here where we've got like a nicely colored
Yeah.
pattern.
So the interest, once the color is recombined, is that you can then shuffle the colors and assign different colors per parts, pretty much. So that's a more complex version here. So here you kept your initial patterns that we saw in the first slide. And from the RGBA information, which is on the first line on the top, you're getting each time a specific color to the pattern, and then you have many colors acting at the same time to combine here a fixed version of your pattern.
Yeah, so what we're doing here, basically, if we've got the RGBA channels on the model itself. So here we've got red for the main part of the tunic, we've got blue for the collar, we've got green for the belt, and then we've got alpha for the arms. And then we say, okay, I want to assign this checked pattern to the main part of the tunic, and then we say we also want to assign this color palette to that tunic, and then the game will create the variation and apply it to the tunic. So we've got the 4 different RGBA palettes there for each of the patterns, and that's why they're different colors.
Yeah, for the 3D parts, we'll come back to it at the end to see how we set up the model to do this. If you are not familiar with 3D, of course, this is something you don't have to make. It's already made for every single model working with patterns in game, so you can edit them and you don't have to bother about it. It's more like to understand the complete structure of the system. If you're just going to make patterns, you want to focus on the lower part of the diagram. So now, how is it going to turn? We have seen the theory very broadly, and we are going to keep on going into the details and understand how everything is structured. So it's going to become a little bit more complex, not that much. Here we go, there. So that's a pattern you will find in the sample mode and that you can edit. On this screen you will see also the file names, sorry. So the actual mask of the pattern 1, 2, 3, 4 with red, green, blue and alpha layers, and then the color palette sample 01, which is giving the color information to the pattern. So I've done 4 times. How is the color palette structured? It's 16 pixels. It's 1 pixel per square. It's 1 line in this case, and it's 16 pixel wide. Each 4 pixel is assigned to 1 layer as the arrow are pointing. So if we focus on the variations error value, it's going to give the input to this sample 0101 mask. Why? Because you are going to see in sample.txt at the very bottom that my variation, which is named sample pattern 01, has RGBA values calling for textures. And we will get to it right after in the mod structure. But it's calling for my pattern definition, and the color palette is just going to be the link between the pattern information and the color. I don't know if I'm very clear at all. But
yeah, so just to make it clear how the color palette's working here, we've got 16 different pixels in the palette, and each part of the tunic uses 4 of those pixels. So the first 4 pixels are connected to the R value of the
variation,
the clothes, of the variations mask. So actually, if we go back to here, so the first 4 pixels here will represent the red part of the tunic, so the main bit, and then the next 2 will represent the belt, and so on like that. So you'll see when you open up the color palette file and play around with it, you will see that each of these 4 pixels in a row represent the different parts of the clothing.
Yeah, and if you follow my mouse, this part here is going to focus on the main part of the clothes. This one, G value, is this line, Western linen trim. I think it's actually linen trim. It might be those, or oh no, those of the under tunic. The blue value is Western silk trim, so that's everything on the main tunic. So the collar, sleeves, and the Western wool belt is just the belt here. And each time, as I have the same color, it gives this impression of everything has the same color palette. Of course, that's the goal, but you can see that the patterns are made very complex here compared to my sample, thanks to the fact they are ordered as in different layers, catching a different color each. I think.
Yeah, and in practice, you'll see that in the vanilla color palettes, a lot of the colors are the same. So that's something you have to be aware of, is that you might have a nice pattern like this with lots of different colors, and then when you assign it to the vanilla color palette, you might see that just all of the colors are the same, and you can't actually make out your pattern. So that's why you need to be able to add your own color palettes and edit the colors in there.
Yeah. Just before going to the next slide, just be aware that the pattern DDS files are in BC3 or DXT5, and the color palette is in 8.8.8, which is a weird format, but it's specific to it. So when you save your files, you have to pick the right format for them. And so if we go there to this sample, it's the color palette from, I think, the Western High Nobility, that I edited a little bit to make the various parts of my sample pattern visible. So it was initially the same yellow here, the same brown here, and the same gray. I just made this column darker so they are visible in the patterns. But you see that once you have your color palette structured, the game is going to shuffle and pick one randomly and then assign it to your tunic. So here we have the same model, same patterns is running, just the color palette is picking a different line. We might want to go check that in game.
Yeah.
Actually, with the sample mod, which is running here. So if we grab our character, bye guys. You will find in the sample mod 4 entries. Here we have the default one you just saw. And here you have the version with the activated color palette, so it's going to be shuffled. This one is brown and green, but if we pick another character, why are you naked? Scary guy. But this one would be gray. So I gave a little info in the string. This one is the helper plus one line color. And this one is the helper plus multiple line color. So when you pick the mod and want to edit it to understand how it works, so it's structured, you can play around and edit directly. So another color again. There are several lines, so you're going to have a lot of options here. And this one is not yet in because we are pre-recording, but this one will feature a finished sample pattern in the end when it will be published. Yeah, I guess that's it for now.
Yeah,
Let's go on.
Yeah, the great thing is about playing around with it like this is the patterns will update in real time as you change your color palette, and as you play with the files, you don't need to reload your game. You don't even need to reload the textures. You just change the file, and it will change in game. So I really encourage anyone to play around with that and get a feel for it.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that is actually not yet. It's not yet the next slide, but we'll get to it in a moment when we will talk about the PBR rendering. So there we are going to keep going and talk about the mod structure and the relation between the different files, because in CK modding you have plenty of text files, plenty of information that are thrown to your eyes, and so the goal here is to make a sample mod with isolated files and explain to you which one is doing what, and there's no secrets. You don't need anything more to start working than the sample mod and the files are inside and knowing what each of them is doing. So there. So it's quite overwhelming. In red is the asset file. It's where all the information about the model is located. So that's the path. You will find it there. And then we have two kind of, I ordered it as two branches. The first branch, you won't change it. You don't have to change it to start working. It's going to call for an entity which is defined in this file. And then the entity is listed in this file in a group, and then this group is listed in this file, so it's displayed in the barbershop. Basically, if you want just patterns, you don't change that. But they are here, so I'm explaining to you why. The important part for our subject is the part below. You are going to have in the asset a call for the variation, which is located in sample.txt that you already saw a little bit earlier in a few slides above. And this one defines the patterns, the layout, the variations, and calls for the color palette files. And then it's going to call for the model mask texture. You have seen it as well. It's where Atwal has done red, green, blue, and purple on a short drawing. And it calls for this file, which is going to define what part of the model is going to receive what texture from the variation pattern. So you already explained it, Atwal. Just to repeat, red here is the red here, which is going to call for this sample, this pattern, basically. And then it's repeated 4 times. So yeah, that's it. How is it called? Maybe let's quickly check the quickly check the asset file. If we go there, the pattern mask for the model is called here, and the variation is called there. So you have 4 models in the sample. You have sample pattern 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are defined so in sample.txt. They work all 4 with the same model, so you have 4 times the same mask. And something that you need to have in your model is the portrait attachment pattern shader, which is going to actually make the engine read for these values and activate the system. And that's it. It's quite simple, yeah, in fact, if you know what to look at. Of course. Maybe let's move on, or do you have anything to add there at all, maybe on the files? Maybe.
I mean, you know more about it than I do. I would just say, I mean, using the sample mod, it might be a bit overwhelming when you first open it, but I mean, there's really only a couple of files you need to care about, and once you get an idea for what each one does and what each part corresponds to, it should be quite simple to edit that.
Yeah, the fun story is that I actually did it for Atwell at first, because it was the easiest way to convey the structure, how it works, and so Atwell used a much less user-friendly version of the sample mod to actually learn the system. So hopefully the video and the more better structured sample mod will allow you to do the same. Shall we move on to the PBR part?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's a quite big part of the cake, yeah, and we are just going to cover it quite roughly, I guess. Just as an intro, what's PBR? For those who are not familiar, it's physically based rendering. In the history of 3D, you had people, in fact, took pictures, literally, of the assets they wanted to reproduce, and they stamped it on low poly models. And so that was like in Doom, the first Doom, it's just an image, and there's no sensation of roughness or metalness or reflection or gloss or opacity or even bump maps. There's nothing. It's just flat pixels and all the same look. And for the last 15 years, engineers developed the normal maps, which is the bump map. Basically, it gives a sensation of relief. Is it relief? Yeah. And then they developed the specularity, which was a beginning of material shining, and you could basically do or wet or metal. And now we have the PBR, which is going to be a much more complex simulation of lighting, thanks to the rough, which is top here, roughness, from completely rough to glossy, like a mirror, and the reflectivity or the metalness, which is pitch black or reflect a lot of light. And thanks to this, as you can see here, with a good quality 8 map below, you end up being able to simulate any kind of material. And that is a system that is almost a standard now in game industry. Not all games are able to display to work under PBR, or it's an artistical choice not to do it. But yeah, to come back to CK3 supports PBR, and the patterns are actually working in PBR, which gives, if I switch back to the game very fast and go back to my own character. There, that's where you want to. I have to add. Yeah, there. Okay, forgot again to switch the scene. But if we zoom in a bit, you can see all the reflection here of the embroidery, and as well as the different normal. It's the normal, but I don't know what the word is in regular English. Like a bump map, or a height map, or whatever. That's the physical based rendering, and it makes the materials look different and very realistic. And to do this, we're doing something elsewhere, and it's going to transition now. So let's move on now to Substance Designer. That's where you might want to introduce ourselves to the software and what you're doing in there.
Yeah, so this is Substance Designer, and I mean, as far as I know, this is a tool that's used a lot in the gaming industry, and I'm pretty sure it's also what they use to create the vanilla patterns in Crusader Kings. But what this lets us do is it lets us create our own normal maps, roughness maps, metallic, and also ambient occlusion. So if we go over to the normal map at the top there, we can see I've loaded in an image, and that's got this nice little kind of padded doublet effect on it. And what I've done here, I grabbed this image off of a copyright-free image, and I've just edited in Photoshop. I've put in these little lines to separate it, and then what I've done is I've plugged this into the normals. If we go up, then I've converted that into a normal map, and then you can adjust things like the intensity, and then that gives us a bit of a kind of 3D sticking out effect, and you can see the wrinkles in the cloth and stuff like that, and that makes quite a nice effect. And then what I've also done, you can notice the little studs there, and that's a combination of both roughness and metallic. So I've basically put the roughness and the metallic on those studs close to the maximum, and that makes them shiny and metallic, and so they look like little metal studs. And there's a motorbike in the background.
Yeah, so it works. The roughness and metallic work a bit. There are values. So if it's white, it means 1, and if it's black, it means 0. So you basically have a 0 roughness value on the studs, and you have a pure white, so 1 value of metallic still on the studs, which gives this contrast between the cloth is very rough and doesn't reflect the light.
And that can be white or black, but it can also be like any level of gray in between that.
Okay.
So you can play around with different levels of shininess and
like there.
Like that. And
basically here you have no pure roughness inside in between the cushions, and then you have a bit more shininess on the upper part, so it gives more depth here.
Yeah.
So this one is in African pack. It's in community flavor pack if you want to check it out. And the ambient occlusion.
Yeah, so the ambient occlusion it kind of adds basically a shading effect to the pattern. Well, at least you might know a bit more about that than me, but you can see it's a bit darker in the cracks.
Yeah, it's actually occlusion. It's where like drop shadows, pretty much, but not as drop shadows. It's to reinforce the natural shades of the light of the direct light.
Yeah.
I was quite surprised to see it. I actually learned it right before we started the record, but I was quite surprised to see that it is in the pattern system, and it's very good because usually the ambient occlusion is baked from a high poly model, but when you're doing a piece of cloth, like let's take a cloak, okay, a cloak is going to be quite stiff because it has a lot of weight. And if you want to add a specific material to that cloak, like let's say a fur or such padded stuff, well, it's going to apply on something that is initially flat and has no ambient occlusion at all. So it's interesting to have this input added directly to the pattern, of course. It gives, again, much more quality to the final rendering.
Yeah, and we can really, we can make some pretty cool effects with this. I think the vanilla game has done some cool stuff with wool and stuff like that, but I think there's definitely potential to do more complex things.
Yeah,
and a bit like this, I think, is a bit more complex than what we see in vanilla.
Yeah, of course, we are still learning, of course, and we have plenty of things to discover about the softwares. But still, is it possible to do this? And if, like, I'm beginning and I don't have Substance Designer, which has a price, is it possible to do this in Photoshop if I already have Photoshop? Or
yeah, so all of this can be, apart from the normal maps. The normals are a bit more complicated to do, but in Photoshop we can play with the roughness, the metallic, and I guess we can also do the ambient occlusion.
Yeah, basically you can do even the normal maps. You have a normal NVIDIA does a plugin for Photoshop that deals with the normal maps, but it's just not going to be as good as what Substance is going to do, because you don't have all the modifiers that you can apply to it. It's going to be straight. There's an input, bam, here's your normal map for this input, and you don't have much tweaking. But you still can generate normals, ambient occlusion as well. Yeah, just good knowledge of Photoshop is required, of course. But that's basically how the 3D artists did their texturing work before Substance Painter became the industry standard, pretty much. But most of it, Go on.
I would say quickly, it's a paid software and it's quite expensive, so I wouldn't recommend people buy it unless you're really into this stuff. But if you're a student, you can put in your student email and you can get all of the Substance suite for free. So if you are a student, it might be worth giving it a download and try it out. There's loads of tutorials online.
Yeah, you also have the 30 days trial, of course, for a regular person. So really, if you want to get into 3D or something looking like 3D or even things like this, it's worth a try. The softwares are really the industry standard now, and more, of course, but not like 100%, but they have a very, very large market now, and for good reason, even if Adobe bought it, but that's another topic. So maybe let's switch back to our presentation. So how is it structured? So that's from Substance Painter, where you can also make the patterns if you have it. As Photoshop, it's not made for it, unlike Substance Designer, but you can manage to have something out of Substance Painter. So you can see that the normal is actually the red layer and green layer of the normal OpenGL. It's maybe a bit complicated, so don't think too much. It's just like that. It's a rule. when you have your normal map, the export must be red layer, green layer. When you are doing your properties, which is going to record for ambient occlusion, the roughness and the metallic, you have the ambient occlusion in the red layer, here it's black, the green is black, the blue layer is the metallic, and the alpha is the roughness. And this, you don't care, it was for my own, because I don't use Substance Designer, so I was trying stuff, but just ignore this. And let's switch to Photoshop, just to put that into practice directly before you give up there. So let's close this. We're back to our sample here. That's the sample you saw in game. Okay, we 1, 2, 3, 4 with its layers that you saw in the presentation. And for this time, I did basically a neutral properties file and a neutral normal. So it has 0 input. It's pure flat and pure basic. I mean, there's no information actually. Yeah. So what can we see there? Let's go the natural maybe. Should we just draw a line?
Yeah, if we can, basically what we can do is we can edit these layers in Photoshop. So as Theranos said earlier when we were looking at Substance Designer, the blue layer here is metallic. So this will make it more shiny and metal.
Let's do that.
So then if we just draw whatever pattern here, that will make it more metallic, and then we can also change the alpha layer, which is the shiny.
The roughness. So if I
guess let's yeah.
If I let me just have the share screen there because the exporter wasn't showing up. If I save this now and get in game and show my, you can see here it's there, the Z here. It's very subtle, but that's here. And
yeah, and this will become more obvious.
With,
I mean, the more shininess you have, the more obvious, or the less roughness you have, the more obvious the metallic effect will be. So we'll see that in a minute.
There, I'm picking the input from the blue channel and putting it here and save again. So you see BC3 format for those. There we go. So here it's actually no reflection at all. I mean, there's the metalness, but there's no roughness. So if we just do this and revert like that, there we go. So here we have full-on metalness, full-on roughness. So it's acting like a mirror, basically. And so that's how you tweak your values. So a ambient occlusion can add a bit of ambient occlusion, I guess. Let's put some white. It's always black. The blue is the metalness and the alpha is the roughness. So all the PBR values are in there. There we go. Oh, it's actually quite nice.
Bright enough. Yeah.
And pimped. So if you make this fit to your base layer, here it's not matching with the base pattern, of course, but I mean you could just pick the blue layer here and do this there do this, and there do this, and if I save this, there we go. So yeah, it's just some photoshopping, and it's not that's out. And it gives a lot of realism in the end when it's done properly. Yeah, we are just showing you how it works, all the tweaking and research and development and so on. Unfortunately, we don't have all the keys, so we cannot give them all at once, and we are in the same situation as many here, which is essay and error. Yeah, and do you want to add something about the property at all, maybe, or I think?
Yeah, I mean, quickly before we move on, we should mention the exporter that comes up when you try and save.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're already if you've done any icon editing or anything like that, or UI, you would have probably already figured this out. But if you're new to modding, what we've got here is the NVIDIA Texture Tools exporter, and that's not in Photoshop by default. So this is a plugin that you have to install.
From
but
NVIDIA
if you
website.
just search, yeah, if you just search that on Google, NVIDIA Texture Tools Exporter, you'll be able to find that and install it, and then you'll get this menu. And the important thing is when you're exporting properties or masks, you need to use BC3, and you need to untick the pre-multiplied alpha blending. Otherwise, you won't get the right effect. And then for color palettes, we need to export in 8.8.8, I think it was.
Yeah, I told that earlier, it's 8.8.8.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the colors value is lost. And I'm not going to do it because I don't have a backup of this.
Which is a mistake we made when we were trying to.
But basically,
do the Africa update.
Yeah, if I do this and save it in 8.8.8, there we go. And if I just check this one, it's flipped all the color as well here. So another thing that you can edit live, and it's back. So it's very easy to tweak. If I'm not happy with one color, I can quite easily change. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm in paint mode. I think that's actually this one, but if I'm grabbing this and putting it, it's I don't know if it's this one. Let's try. But if you want to edit just one color, you can do this and save it. It wasn't it. It must be this one then. But yeah, it makes it quite easy to tweak actually. That's quite convenient there.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you just have to pick the right line. But yeah, very easy to tweak the colors as well, the saturation and so on. Yeah, and for the normal map, unfortunately, we don't have prepared anything, but it's more complex. But you could, and I don't have the plugin installed anymore because I updated my Photoshop. But you would basically have inputs. Different inputs. I think that this I save this is going to add some value like this. So you can work the normal map. I'm really not familiar with it, so I do this in specific software. So, but you can do it in Substance Designer. You can do it in Substance Painter. In Photoshop, I don't know how to work the normal as well. So. I don't know if you do actual. But...
I don't know how to do it in Photoshop, but what you can do if you just want to get some nice looking textures going, there's a lot of textures in the vanilla game. So some of those you can just apply on top of your texture. There's some quite plain ones that just have like a fabric texture on top of them. So
yeah, true.
What you can do is you can search through the vanilla files and find one that suits you. And then you can apply that to whichever pattern you want.
Yeah, if we go there and you can pick, you look for plane, and you are going to come over all the plane ones they did, so burlap, blah blah blah, and you can grab and use this for your own. Something to know is that a normal map is actually looking like this. It's blue, but if you pick a normal map somewhere on the internet, it's going to be blue. That's perfectly normal. It's because this blue channel in the engine is useless, so it's black. And here you have green and green, they are twice the same, and here it's, what did I say? Red, I think. Green, red, and red.
I think so.
Yeah. So that's specific to the engine. It's a rule, it's like that. And it's OpenGL, so it means a DirectX is going to be like this, OpenGL is going to be like this. It's not the same light direction pretty much. But yeah, those some things you will come out tricking it. If you use the exporter settings I sent you, it will work all fine. And in Substance Designer, it's easy to tweak as well. But yeah, you will come over it as you walk. What's next for us then? Should we switch back to the presentation? There we go.
So,
And we're going to go on our last part. As well, do you have anything that comes to mind regarding patterns for now? We did not. I think we did not browse the sample.txt file. And as I said, now that I think about it, there we go. I was in Blender. We did not browse this.
Yeah, we saw this a bit in one of the slides. We saw part of it, but
we saw this.
Go over it in more detail. I mean, especially something we haven't mentioned is just above what you've got highlighted here. We've got the pattern layout, and here you can specify the scale of your pattern. So if you want your pattern to be bigger or smaller, you can adjust that number there where it says min and max, and then that will scale up and down your pattern.
Save it there. So it's actually simple. It's you have to rewind to the slide with the files relationship. So if you get in the asset file, it calls for sample pattern 01, and sample pattern 01 is this variation. And the files after that call for sample pattern 02. We have already seen this, and it's there. Right, 3, 4. So let's focus on the one. Number 1 is going to call for sample helper 01, which is defined here. And it opens my sample 01 mask normal properties. This is the files you have seen here in Photoshop already. So nothing new here. The thing that is new is the pattern layout. It's the second value in the red channel, which is sample helper layout, and that's where you're going to define what the scale value. And if I save it, you're going to notice it changes live. So you can adjust per layout. Okay, you can create new layouts and change and etc. So that's a convenient way to scale. The CK3, it's melting with French. The CK3 tries to have patterns that have the same, roughly the same scale, and then they adjust it in the layout and in the models. But you want to have a kind of consistency, because otherwise you are going to have extreme values somewhere for one file and extreme scale in the texture, which is going to lead you to a scale in the models that will not fit to all your patterns. Basically, they have scaled their models, then all their patterns are the same scale, and then they have a few options for pattern layout, and that's it. If you look here, they used small trim layout for both. They don't have 100 pattern layouts. They only have maybe 6 or 7. I just put it here so you know that it exists and you can make new one and auto tweak them. But in game, they have like something like brocard stuff. They don't have that many. It's important not to go in every direction, otherwise you are going to lose your consistency and and it's going to be a mess. Yeah. And so what is specific here is we can have several values of patterns in the same variation, and we can have a specific weight. So if I put 10 here, this one will spawn 10 times versus 1 and 1. So basically it's this one spawns 100%, 50%, 100%. What I was saying, 25, 25, 50. Yeah, it's a weight. And the last part calls for the color palette. But I guess you could have two. I'm not sure about it. I never tried. Let's see. Maybe I'm going to crash my game.
Yeah, second try.
Let's see that. Let's put 100. Ah, no. Okay. What? Oh, because I'm not editing the right one. Hold on. Let's try. Sample one. Yeah. Oh, it works. Nice. And if I put... Yeah, so you can have several color palettes as well. There we go, with the weight as well. So yeah, you can. Let's revert. Okay. So yeah, that's the sample. That's just where the patterns are declared in terms of text and what files is it going to grab and how is it going to be combined. Yeah. I think that's it. Do you see anything else as well?
I think we've pretty much covered everything. Yeah.
Right, cool. So maybe last but not least, for those who are more into the 3D models, I'm going to introduce you on the model setup. Okay. So you saw that in the asset file, I'm calling for a mask. This is not the same mask as the pattern. It's a mask that is dedicated to the model. And that's what you had in the very first slide with the red, green, blue, and pink colored shirt from Atral. But this time it's turned into 3D. You can see that it's red, green, blue, alpha. And I applied them on the model, and you can see how it matches with the actual 3D representation in game. Little information: the red layer is always pure white. The reason, and in the patterns as well, the reason for this is to avoid to have any empty pixel that is going to turn white and look creepy and out of place. So we have a full white base. And then the other layers are going to overlay on top of each other. And that's something you said, Atral, but I just wanted to repeat that the base is white. Yeah. And you can see that this part is white and this part is also white, but this one is going to be displayed over this color. And it's the same for the belt. Here it's white, but the end result is going to be this because it's the alpha, it's the last one to be displayed, so it's always on top. So that's this is done on the UV1. So we will switch to Blender in one moment when I will show you, but this is the UV1. So if you don't take the mask, that's where the normals are going to be applied, where the diffuse is going to be applied, and the model's properties, so the PBR values. Yeah, so black and white, still the RGBA setup, and that's what the sample is going to call. So red is this, green blah 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 blah, RGBA. RGBA, apply this pattern, apply this pattern, apply this pattern, under that and that layout. So that's the UV1 of the model. So what I just showed you, and the UV2 is going to be the actual scaling of it. So let me swap to Blender here. So that's the model. Unfortunately, I did not save my file with all the textures applied, but that's whatever. So the map one is where the mask is going to be applied, but also all the color, blah blah blah, color, normals, properties, and the UV2 is the scale. So how does it turn out? Let's have this in screen sharing. Open that. Okay, I have the game behind just to show you guys there. Okay. If I scale this like this and save the model, you see everything goes offset, and including the trims here. And that's why I come back to the standardization thing I told you, is that all the trims in the game have the same, I mean, they have two kinds, they have small trims and large trims, but they are all the same thickness. Otherwise, as soon as you put a new one, it's not going to match the models, because you can't afford, when you have in the end 50 possible variation, maybe you cannot afford to make 50 models. You have one model and everything has to fit what the model is going to offer. So when you're creating your model, you want to stick to that standard from Paradox, just for the sake of making your own model compatible with the vanilla patterns. See, if I zoom too far, then I lose the embroidery, etc., etc. Everything goes offset. But that's where you scale it, and you can also see that. Let me swap back to the presentation. You can see here that I selected this trim on the bottom, which is this trim in UV1, and it turns into this trim in UV2. And the difference between the two UVs is that all the trims of the bottom part of the tunic are superposed here, and they are rectified, which means they are squared faces, not triangles, and they are rectified so they match with the pattern file, which is rectified, of course, since it comes out from Photoshop or Substance or whatever. As you can see also, as well, the distribution of the mesh between the two is different. The thing is, your pattern is going to, of course, follow the topology of your UV. So based on how your UV is, your UV2 is, it's going to deform or scale differently the pattern. And the image below is just to illustrate what I was saying at the very beginning from the architectural 3D workflow. If you make a simple brick wall of bricks, based on the scale of your UV for the two same meshes, you have different scale, what we just saw, but that's the origin of the workflow. So it's quite easy to set up in terms of 3D. You just need your UV2, and you need to call for your shader in the asset file. You need to call for your mask, which is RGBA, and then go over all the setup we just covered. And in the end, you have this great system. And before we drop to the conclusion, maybe Atral, you have a few more words just on the technical aspect? Or
I mean, I guess we can just talk about where can they find this sample mod that we've been showing off throughout this presentation.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be on Steam Workshop. I don't have the direct link. I will try to put that in the description, or eventually share it in a live session right after this pre-recorded video. Anyhow, we will communicate on the link on all the ModCon medias, so you will be able to find it on Steam Workshop and Paradox Mods platform. Yep, of course.
And I mean, the other thing is just I mean, this might take a bit of time to get a hang of. If anyone's got any questions, you can find me in the in the CFP Discord. So join there, send me a direct message, and if you're having any problems, I'll try and help you out.
Yeah, we are also on Paradox, of course, the CK3 mod co-op, and various other discords. And yeah, maybe I tried, or was maybe your more on a less technical aspect and more personal aspect. How did you? What was your experience with it? You're very capable in 2D. You're not familiar with the 3D. The patterns are a bit in between. How long did you need to get used to it? Was it painful? I mean,
so I came into this not really knowing much about Crusader Kings modding at all. Yeah, I know the 2D stuff, so that was fine. But in terms of getting the hang of it, once I knew the export settings and once I got this little sample mod from Alteranos, I mean, you can really get going with it pretty quickly. It took me just maybe 15 minutes to just get a hang of which layer does what and play around with it. But I mean, it's really something in a couple of hours you should be able to figure out. So I encourage people to have a go if they're interested in adding any new patterns to the game.
Yeah, it's really something that, again, as I said in the intro, it gives life to the game. It can be done quickly, but you also can spend 3 days on one pattern if you want to make something very complex. Of course, there's no limit, and the artistical opportunities are interesting. If you are more into putting a foot in the gaming industry, know that substance designer is really the good artists and substance designer are very have a very strong options to get into game design, because the software is so much powerful and it's really the future of procedural generation and so on. So it's really a good entry door to the 3D industry. So it's a good learning project, good things to start with, in my opinion. And what should I say? Don't forget to enable the dev mode of the game. Create a shortcut. Dash. No, it's not a dash. Just set dev mode. Look on the wiki, CK3 wiki, CK3 dev mode. And don't forget to enable it for the file patching so it updates live, which makes it very, very convenient to work with and quite funny. It's actually a very good entry to the current 3D workflows of painting in 3D and not in 2D anymore. It's really, you have your model and you're going to paint over it and not like a sculptor or a painter, but in 3D. And I had a conclusion slide. Perfect. That's just, maybe let's go from in each, let's go through each line. A model can call one variation via the portrait attachment pattern, so only one, but each variation can contain several patterns. Each pattern is composed of 4 texture sets or less. Just leave it black, okay? Each texture set can display 4 colors defined in the color palette. The system relies on RGB layers to allow a lot of variations without needing to duplicate model files indefinitely. Models use an RGB mask over UV1 to define where the texture set will apply. Model use a UV2 to adjust the scale over rectified UV islands, which is a very common workflow in architectural 3D. I think we covered everything, so we don't have to re-record the part. I think we can call it this down. And yeah, if you have any question, we will see you right now for a live question time. And for those who are looking at it in later in time, I hope you enjoyed and you spent a good time and that the tutorial was...
Folks, live question time is cancelled for the good reason that we don't have time, but, and let me just link it. I need to put my glasses on because otherwise I can't see. Let me just link it. El Tyrannos did an amazing job, I have to say, after watching it. It still seems very daring, very daunting to do this sort of stuff, but honestly, it seems a bit more understandable. If you want to talk to El Tyrannos, if you want to go and learn a bit more, if you want to learn how to mod 3Ds after this, if you want to learn anything, if you want to just see amazing models, because that's what El Tyrannos does for a living, basically, and he does actually do it for a living, just a saying there. But what I mean is that you can join the Discord that I just linked. The CFP Discord is very friendly, very open. El Tyrannos is there, he sees what is going on, and if you got any questions, if you got any input, then definitely push it into that Discord. If you got any questions regarding the panel or regarding the sample mod, if you want to learn how to do 3D modding, then make sure to ask your questions there. Now, as I said previously, we are tightly packed today. You can see it right there. Mod administration starts in 1 minute. I just want to thank Cybrex Khan. How do you pronounce it? Cybrex Khan? I want to thank Genghis Khan for the donation we have reached. Let me just real quick check here. We have reached an amazing amount of 1,569 euro donated to the good cause that is the selected charity, in this case, the Autismus Mittelfranken Association. I really appreciate it. If anybody else wants to contribute to that, then, you know, you can follow the link that is pinned in the chat. I very much appreciate it. There is so much love in the community that has been pushed out. Absolutely incredible. With that being said, I need to hand you over, and I will tell you, Mod Administration 101, I'm not picking favorites here, I don't do that, you hear me, but I like that panel a lot. There's a lot of concise information in there, so you know what? Go and check that out. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Mod Administration 101. My name is Chris from the Four Nations Mod, and today we're going to answer pressing questions about what you do after you lay out the foundation of your mod and want to get it off the ground. Today we're going to be covering team administration, storing your code, and release administration. I have several lovely people here with me. Would you guys please introduce yourselves?
I guess I'll start. Hi, I'm Sir Voltaire the Gold Flame, the organizer and one of the lead developers for CK3, A Game of Thrones.
I am the Pink Panzer, pretty great, awesome, everybody loves me. I'm known for a few mods like the New Order Last Days of Europe, which is my big one for Outsider 4, and my current one that I'm working on, God Herja, The Dying World. Please check me out, and I love map work, writing, and administration in general.
I'm Rad Squirrel from the Four Nations mod, both CK2 and CK3. I have Chris on my team. He's the code repository holder, and I do mostly mod administration and whatever anybody else needs me to do, whether it's map work or events, whatever they tell me they need, I'm there.
Hello, and I'm Cybrex Khan. I'm the creator of Viet Events and Rice, which is a mod that adds in cultural, regional, and religion flavor. I'm here to provide the perspective of someone who's not on a big team, who's working by themselves when modding.
So, one of the major components of mod administration is team administration. When you establish a mod, you want to ensure that you handle yourself and your team in a professional manner. This may sound intimidating, but it truly isn't. You should merely keep in mind that you are a development team.
And as a development team, you have to act like the closest thing to you, which is a game development team, which are all made up of professionals, no matter how they're organized. Remember, you're unpaid developers and you're there to have fun, but ultimately you have to get things done and you have to get things done quickly. So remember, not only should you keep your team professional in both social interactions and its management, but you should also remember to manage yourself and remain professional and happy working on your mod.
when talking about managing yourself, I would even argue that it is the most important part of managing a team or managing any kind of modding project. And I'd say like as someone who has worked both by myself and as part of a team for over a decade, I would argue that probably the biggest issue any modder will eventually face is burnout. Basically, it means like one day you might just realize, why am I doing all this? It's so much stress that I'm experiencing from something that's supposed to be fun. And if you ever get to that point, I think, as cliche as it sounds, I think the best way to approach it is to know yourself. And what does that mean? That means to know, for instance, what your goals are, what you want to do with the mod, to know your limitations, what you can do, what you can't do, to know, what your work habits are, like what kind of things you enjoy doing, what kind of things are, what kind of time, what kind of times are your best when you're working. And then being able to adapt your plans and your work schedule and your interactions with other modders or other members of the community around all of that. And sometimes, that might mean you have to cut back on things. Maybe you have to reduce your workload or scrap some of the plans you had for the mod or delegate to other people. And sometimes that might even mean taking a break for a week or a month or even longer. Because the main thing is, like Panzer was saying, this is, even though we're professional, we're also here for fun. So, if something is not fun, it makes it a lot harder to work on. So anyways, with all that in mind, when if you're out there to develop a large mod, or deep mod, historical project or total conversion, you'll probably going to end up seeking help from other people, whether as part of a team or just in general. And when building a team, you want to keep in mind a few things, as there are several different approaches to team building.
Especially remember, these are just frameworks to build a team. They are not a roadmap. Do whatever works best for you and remain flexible no matter what other people say works for them.
So on what works best for your team, I'm going to talk about the Four Nations for a little bit. We're an open source project, so we're incredibly laid back compared to a lot of other total conversion mods. Our recruitment is primarily driven by people contributing to the project, the open source branches of the project. And a lot of people work on it when they have time. So maybe there'll be a month where somebody has a lot of time and they contribute a lot, and then there's a couple months where it go by and they're not active at all. That's totally fine for us.
In the case of other mods, like a Game of Thrones, you may need a firmer structure, but you don't want to be too strict. You don't want to be overbearing. With our development team, Game of Thrones, we have set departments, we have leads, we keep a list of our plans and tasks, and we assign them to developers where needed. And while we don't have like strict deadlines, as in you need to get this done by this date at this time, we do try to keep track of development and ensure that things are moving along at a sustainable rate. Another thing is that we like to maintain a positive, friendly attitude among developers, because ultimately we're a team. We're working together on this.
And for our part, for Gout Harris's part and my own development teams, I try to keep things very professional in a lot of ways. But while we are most similar to Game of Thrones, in a lot of ways we're also very different and a lot more casual. For God Heritage especially, it's a departure for me. It's much more just people working what they ultimately want to work for. While we have patches that are focused, we all focus in one area, but it's whatever you want to work on in that area with people, with us asking for volunteers for bigger features. So we have a structure of department leads, and they just oversee coding, art, and writing respectively. And those people are the best of the best at their role, and they just make sure all the other members are doing well and that they can keep up on teaching other members and helping keep the team running smoothly. We have senior developers, which is our ultimate goal, is to make every team member senior. Those are people considered best in class for their roles. Often senior coders and senior writers also know how to do the other's job because they want to implement their own work. Those are the people we trust generally to do big features and big areas all by themselves without really need for us to constantly supervise. And then we have others, which is just members who are newer or who don't necessarily want to or have the will to dedicate the time to the project. that would have you constantly doing bigger stuff and so on. But one big thing to remember of that is that we have to train people. And when you recruit people, you need to be understanding that you're not going to have tons of professionals pouring in, and also that you need to make sure that others see it. So make sure you have a Discord and such. Make sure you have a Reddit as a web page. Even maybe have your recruitment links up on social media like Twitter or Facebook. Have everywhere you can to attract people, but then have documentation, tutorials, guides, and other things to make it very clear to new people. If you join and you don't know how to do a ton of stuff, we'll help you learn. We'll teach you. And the easier you make it for people to join and the lower the bar you make for entry, the easier it will be to get tons and tons, or however many you want, of experienced members, because you can train them yourself, and members you've trained yourself and brought to proficiency easily, they're always going to want to work on your mod before others, because that's their home now. And just remember to always keep your team on track. And there's so many ways, whether you have quotas, weekly reports, or you just ask everybody every week, hey, what's going on? Just make sure you're keeping everybody working towards a goal and not slacking off.
When you assemble a team, you'll need a way to communicate among your team members. One of, if not the best option for this is Discord. For example, in the CK3 Game of Thrones team, we have a separate community and developer server. This helps keep moderation distinct from development and lowers the burden on our developers. In the developer Discord, we have various channels, such as Script General, Armor and Clothing, and Map Westeros, where we'll discuss specific topics categorized as we need. We also have an assortment of tags color-coded by department, such as 3D, script, and world building, which helps with member recognition.
And we also, for our team, we have a few different methods that we use. One of the big things is that we have a shared public and private server so that our team members can easily go interact with the community and help the community get involved with the project. And likewise, the community can help inspire the team members and keep them motivated. We also have private chats for both our team itself so that we can work without everybody watching and interrupting us. And we also have private chats for certain roles so that high-level administrator positions can easily plan things in a professional area. We're not talking about other members or anything. We're just planning the mod, making bigger decisions. Finally, we have a ton of channels for both of our team section and the public section to help organize things. Stuff like a developer announcements and a public announcements, different rules for both, frequently asked questions for both. And for developers especially, we have a channel just for tutorials for new members to help them get into the mod faster, as well as a show-off channel just so devs who have something they're proud of can show it off and motivate themselves and others.
Even modders like me who are not part of a big team can make good use of Discord. So obviously, for instance, I can communicate with people who play my mod, if they have a bug report or if they have suggestions for things I can add or change. And I've also found Discord useful to kind of like a private place to keep notes of those suggestions. So I've set up a private channel where, if someone makes a suggestion, I'll put that in that. I'll add it to my private channel just as like a reminder for me to add it later if I want to tackle that.
Over in T4N, we have channels set up similarly to Godherja, where we have a bunch of team channels and public channels. So, but the difference between them is we have a CK2 mod and a CK3 mod. So we tend to separate our team channels by both discipline for artists and coders and game. So we have CK2 and CK3 channels for artists and for coders. A big thing that comes with Discord, however, is arguing, bickering, and worse, drama. Voltaire?
Yeah, so when you have a very large community server like a GOT has, you're bound to come into drama and arguments and so on. When you're managing a mod, however, that's not necessarily good for business. So generally speaking, you want to avoid like controversial or intense topics like politics or religion, and if you ever do discuss them, you want to definitely handle that in a respectful, positive manner between server members. Other thing to remember is that when it comes to the development team, whether it's on a shared server or separate servers, you're there by choice, not need. And if there's one person on your team making your team miserable, they need to go.
And you really just need to have certain rules that both control the team members as well as control how other mods see you. Not only does that mean rules like stopping those problem team members from just being able to do it, but you also need rules against people bad mouthing other users in the server or other mods, both in your public and private chats. And that includes developers talking about public users. If these people, or these people, when people do this sort of thing, all they're really doing is just bringing forth drama that just distracts both mods or both communities or whatever from getting their mods done, which is all of your ultimate goals. And that goes for your private chats, like I said. A good rule to follow is if this gets screenshotted, will we get in trouble? If you're saying something in your private chat and if you think if somebody leaks this will cause some drama, just don't let people say that stuff. And make sure your team does that sort of thing and has rules against just fighting people in general. You just want your team to look professional, like we said, look good at their jobs, and cause you as little trouble that blocks development. Whether that's in your server or other servers, by the way. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So really what it comes down to is some people just don't play well with others, and those people you don't want on your team. It's a collaborative effort. If you got multiple people, unless you're by yourself. If you're Khan and he's got a problem with himself, it's a little different.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
But when you have multiple members, there's a difference between when somebody's being adamant and when somebody's being toxic. And that's really a big difference. So, Panzer, I think you want to talk about Frontier a little bit?
Yeah, so Fallout the Frontier is also known as the worst thing that ever happened to all of us modders and since the beginning of mankind. And there's a lot of bad things that happen to modders pretty regularly. So it's not really the mod's fault so much as the effect they had on communities, because Fallout the Frontier was infinitely controversial and caused so much drama that it caused drama for even mods for other games. Like the Paradox modding community had an excessive drama because of the Frontier, so how bad it made just all modders look in general, let it go alone their own mod or the rest of their game community. So the biggest one that especially relates to this is they had a problem child on their team. They had somebody nobody liked working with, did not work well with others. He refused to let anybody edit his work, check over his work, see if it fits in with the mod or any standard of human decency. And they did nothing because they said, well, he's so good at code and he's doing so much work. If we get rid of him, then we'll be in trouble. And they let him make the entire NCR quest line, which, if you're not familiar, is one of the factions of their mod and Fallout New Vegas, and was the one every single person playing was going to be playing for the first time. To say this was a terrible idea is, I don't think it needs to be said. Not only did their mod come out worse because it wasn't good content, in fact, much of it was highly questionable, but also it caused such a controversy, it effectively killed the mod team and any motivation to keep working on it. Just seriously, if somebody needs to go, get rid of them. And if anybody ever says, if I go, I'm taking my code with me and ripping my stuff out of the mod, remember, it's a collaborative project. They're not allowed to do that. You can just keep the stuff. They can't sue you. You're okay.
So another way to keep your mod organized is to use task trackers. Now, these actually let you record the issues you're facing from your repo.
Inside of most of the popular repos like GitLab, GitHub, and Bitbucket, which they all kind of have the same style of tracker, they have trackers, which is really easy to use, and it's free and it's embedded, so it's pretty simple.
For other mods like CK3 A Game of Thrones, we use ClickUp, which is a bit more complex with a few more features, and it can be both free or paid.
And another tracker that's kind of similar to ClickUp in what it's free and paid is Trello. It's a little bit simpler than ClickUp, though.
And you can also just get as simple as a Google Docs or a Google Sheets, or even just on your Discord if you don't even want to bother with those.
Now, beyond that, when you want to design a new feature, you need to make a design document. This is the first step anytime you want to add something. And when you make one, it's pretty simple. Write down all your ideas and then take a look and whittle away the ones that don't make sense.
And if I may interject here, I think it's important when making a design document to prioritize the features that you really want for a major release. Otherwise, you're just going to have feature creep, and you're going to just keep adding things, and sometimes you might not even release anything because you're so busy adding every cool thing you think of. So that was a problem I had early in my modding career, and one trick I learned to try to fix this was to organize all the features I wanted to add into 2 categories. One category would be for features I had to have for that update, and the other would be optional stuff. And then once I did, and then with the stuff I have to have, I'll focus on those, and the optional stuff I'll only do if I have extra time to spare. And in doing so, it was a good habit to develop to prevent myself from being overwhelmed by adding too much stuff.
And you also just want to reorganize and report as much as you can, even if it's a historical mod or if it's a fantasy mod. If you're doing historical mod, save every single source you use, put aside every single character and event you want to try to implement. If you're doing a fantasy mod, make sure you have all of your lore ready. If it's of your own creation, make sure you know who exists, what time things happen, and so on and so forth. You don't want to be like God Herja had to do and waste 2 weeks because a year in we realized our lore had become a bit of a mess and we had no actual organization. Get it done early so you don't have to worry about it later.
And if you want to learn more about design philosophy in general, you can check out the design philosophy panel at ModCon, which I also happen to be a part of.
And just in general, not only do you have to organize the more administrative aspects of your mod, but also make sure you organize your code too.
Speaking of code, some really important notes on just kind of managing the code spaghetti is sectioning off your code. Things like new files for different parts of the code. Just make sure that not all the code is in a single file. It makes it really hard to follow. Commenting your code so that other people, when they read it, they kind of understand what it does, or at least what it's related to. And a big part of commenting your code is events. Building an event roadmap, an index of events at the top of the file, and then that way people can follow the event chain if something's broken in it or if they need to adjust something in the event chain. Very important that you organize that.
So, first, why should you use a repository? Well, first, what is a repository? A repository is an online folder that can be accessed by multiple people to modify or add to. You can use different programs to manage these repositories, the most well-known being GitHub. In a repository, there are 3 main actions you do to your code: commit, push, and pull.
So what is a commit again?
So when you edit files locally, they won't go to the repository right away. Instead, you make commits, you make declarations of which pieces of code are ready to go up. Now, you can still edit these, but these are staged.
Okay, so, but what about pushing? What is that?
So pushing is the second half of committing. Basically, anything that you've put inside a commit, when you do a push, that actually goes up to the repository and replaces whatever files used to be there.
Okay, well, how do I get stuff from the repository to myself?
So that's a pull. So if somebody makes a change to the repository, what you can do is call a pull on it, which will grab all the files from online and bring them into your local instance.
Okay, and so let's say someone makes a mistake, or we want to make sure people don't make mistakes. How do you handle that?
So one nice thing about repositories is if you're the manager of it, if you're the one with primary access, any changes coming in, you'll get to see and review before they actually get merged into the repository. There's a nice panel. It shows the things removed, things added, and taking the time out to actually look at these incoming code changes is called code review.
And what exactly was a merge?
So when 2 people make a change to a file, like the same file, something has to happen, right? Clearly, if one person edits the top, the other person edits the bottom, like the file is being changed from 2 sides. Well, the good news is that repositories can automatically merge things. So you don't have to do any of that work on coordinating with the other person. Your changes and their changes will seamlessly be integrated into each other if you both do pushes to the repo.
So why should we use Google Drive or why should we use a repository over Google Drive?
Well, Google Drive doesn't offer nearly the amount of benefits of the repo. First off, like I mentioned already, it handles file merges, which is incredibly useful. But more than that, repos handle the versions of a file. So let's say you change a file and you push it, but then it turns out that that file was a mistake. But now you've closed all your local instances of the file and you can't undo anymore. You can look into past versions of the repo and recover older files and roll back, and even hold on to the new broken thing if you want to still bring it down and make changes and fix it.
If I may interject here, there's several ways to use GitHub, and one of them is the GitHub desktop app. The desktop app, it was designed to be user-friendly, compared to some of the other ways to use GitHub. And for basic functions, I would say the desktop app is great for everyone, and even for people without an IT background like me. Because when I started, looking into GitHub, I was very intimidated as someone who doesn't know much about IT. And, I thought, oh, this is just some, programmer stuff that I'll never get. But once I took the leap and looked into the desktop app, the GitHub desktop app, I picked things up pretty quickly.
Speaking of GitHub and simplicity, we actually had when we were creating this panel, we were talking about it. We just wanted to time running through how fast it would be to create a repository on GitHub and clone it down. It took about 30 seconds to create the repository on GitHub, and less than 30 seconds to get it on my machine to get the repo just set up and on there. It's very fast, very simple. There's a couple of other repo sites that you could use for Git, like GitLab. Game of Thrones uses GitLab, and
We do.
God, Herja, do you guys use GitLab as well? Yeah. I
We
think
do indeed, yes.
Okay. I was muted for a second. Very silly. And then there's another one called Bitbucket. And most of these have GitLab. I think you said that it works with the GitHub client, right?
The original, I want to also interject real quickly. For Bitbucket, the original Avatar mod used Bitbucket. And it's important to say, on a site like Bitbucket, and I think GitHub might do this too now, but on a site like Bitbucket, you can also make private repositories. So if you don't want anyone outside your immediate team seeing the code, you can set it up that way for free.
Yeah, and GitHub, I think, offers that now too.
I think, yes, GitHub recently introduced that functionality as well. Bless them.
Yes. So there's some more advanced concepts that we can get into here, but there's just way too much to go through. It's very complicated, and there's not enough time for that in this panel.
If there's good feedback, there will be a separate video.
No, that's not happening. That's
from
not happening.
just me. From
he's
just
gonna record the
me,
whole thing.
independent of everyone
Alright.
here on Advanced Concepts and Git.
That would be a wonderful video, I'm sure of it.
All right, so after you're done with all the coding, all the hard work, it's time to release the mod. And that sounds like it's going to be something simple, right? Just press the button on Steam and it's done. Well, that's not exactly the case. If you want to look professional and if you want the release process to go smoothly and without stress, there's a number of things you can and should do when releasing your mod, and even before releasing it, no matter if it's a big, huge overhaul mod or a smaller one. And one of those things you can kind of do and work on is making a good change log. So change logs are often seen as just this huge mess of random things that you added or tweaked for each update. But I like to think of change logs as a roadmap of features that you want to include in the release. So what that means is that I kind of use a change log personally as a checklist of things I'll add or tweak for that update. And this also allows you to make sure you remember to fix bugs and that kind of thing. And one other advice I have for changelogs is to put new features at the very top, because when people are reading through changelogs, they'll usually like to look at the cool stuff you add, not the minor little tweaks or bug fixes. And then I also suggest you organize your changelogs by categories such as bug fixes or graphical changes to make it easier for both you and your players to read through it.
And on God Herja, we also have a channel just for people to submit changelogs. And we have a template for what a changelog looks like and how you should submit your messages. We just have people edit their messages until they hit the max characters and then start a new addition to the changelog. And along with spelling, with basic spelling requirements and standard writing format, it just makes it so all we have to do is copy and paste everything to one big changelog whenever we do an update. Makes it easy.
So when you feel that you are almost ready to make a release, you have to do what I guess what they call quality control. That means that you'll have to load up the game, test your mod out, play for a good chunk of time. Like, you don't need to play for like hours and hours on end, but at least enough that you can be sure that the mod is stable and won't cause any crashes and that kind of thing. Because sometimes there are things that you might encounter those bugs only if you actually play the game. And another advice I have before you release is stop adding features at some point, because you're always going to want to add more and more and more features, but you kind of have to stop somewhere, or else you're never going to release the mod. And once you stop adding features, it'll make it easier for you to, for example, if there's a bug that pops up, you'll be able to figure out what it is. Then just keep adding more and more stuff. And one other piece of advice I have is to type up all the descriptions of the update beforehand, so that way when you actually do the release, it'll be easy to copy and paste it to where you want to announce the update to everyone.
Yeah. So when you're going to release it, another thing to do is you definitely want to note down where you're going to release it, because you want to be ready to release it on all the different platforms when you go about it. You kind of want to streamline the process as much as possible. You want to notify the users on the different platforms. There's a lot of places that you could go to. I'm not going to list them all here. But some of the primary places you could actually release are the Steam Workshop, obviously, Paradox, ModDB. It's a little bit older, but still possible. And on GitHub and GitLab, Bitbucket, all make it possible for you to release on there too. And on the topic of having releases, when you make a new release, especially like on the Steam Workshop, it automatically overrides the latest release. So sometimes making past versions accessible so people have their saves that they were playing and they liked, they could go back and they could play those versions. That's pretty possible on a lot of sites. So like ModDB allows you to have the different versions, and GitHub, GitLab, they allow you to have the older versions accessible too.
And one thing to remember, especially, is when you do make these releases, there is a dirty little word in the modding community, and we don't really talk about it, but between you and me, called advertising. And everyone gets fucking furious when you talk about how important it is for modding, because most modders are code geeks like you and I, and thus have the social skills of an undeveloped monkey. So when we talk about advertising, it just means it's very important for mod users to be able to find your mod. Because not only does community participation drive your mod forward and make your team want to work more, but it also gets you more team members. It means when you release your mod, people actually play it, you get more bug reports, and you just get to share the thing you want shared with more people. So please stop thinking of advertising as this dirty word that you don't have to deal with. As mod makers, we have to deal with every part of game development by ourselves. As hard as that is, that includes advertisement. There's a reason over half of most game budgets are advertising nowadays.
And if I may say, a big part of advertising, especially for larger mods, are dev diaries, and that's where you'll, if you don't know what dev diary, that's where you type up a length, not too long, but a sizable, several paragraphs worth explaining any new features you might add, and along with some screenshots to showcase those. And you can do dev diaries even if you aren't done with the work yet, because the idea is that you want to drive, get people interested in your mod. So you can show, what you already have so far, and what you and hopefully what you'll plan to include in a future release.
And even if everything's not completely done, you're not supposed to show off stuff that is just never going to get finished. But if something will definitely be done by the time of your update or your release, and you're just not completely done, it'll take a bit too long, but you want to show it off, feel free just to show off a not a completely working function of gameplay through screenshots. Because really, the dev diary is just to make people excited and keep people entertained, not so much to show them 100% working features. As long as when they get it, they get the feature, then you're going to be okay. And just polish it. Like that's just part of polishing in general. Don't have broken code strings. Don't have unfinished GFX work. When you show off your teaser, make it look as good as possible. It should look like something everybody who sees every individual teaser you make should go, oh, wow, I want to check that out. That's the ultimate goal.
And to ensure that, your dev diary is good, like any kind of writing, and this is a kind of writing, make a draft, work on making it look good before you post it. And the other advantage of making a draft is that it'll make it easy to copy to multiple locations, so you don't have to keep rewriting it over and over again. And and it's it might, for some of you, especially those of you who aren't into who are more into coding and that kind of thing, rather than more wishy-washy liberal arts stuff like writing, the dev diary might seem a little intimidating, but with some practice, it's not like you're going to write the next Shakespeare. It's just get yourself and your fans excited about the work you'll be doing.
And part of making them excited, and especially making anybody else coming excited, is making your Steam page and other pages, but especially your Steam page, look good. That is another thing most mods forget. I told a story before, but I saw a bad mod, but they had a really nice Steam page, and so I tried them anyway, even though I never played mods for this game, and I hated it, but they got me anyway because they had such a beautiful Steam page. You want to have stuff like organized use and formatting, headers and banners, professional and consistent screenshots with your logo in the corner of each for the Steam page, and your logo is the first screenshot, along with videos of the mod. You want GIFs in the description if possible, and some good examples, some great examples that you can find on the CK3 workshop right now include mods like Fallen Eagles and EPE. I haven't tried either, but I can tell you their Steam pages are fantastic. Look at those for examples. And remember, especially when you are taking those screenshots and you're showing off your mod, there is something that happens now that I like to call the modding arm race, and it's pretty important for any mod or Paradox game, starting with and after Hearts of Iron 4. So with Hearts of Iron 4, we got custom GUIs, and custom GUIs meant we could essentially add entirely new gameplay features however we wished, whenever we wanted to, and it wasn't even that hard. This, of course, created a system where everybody instantly started trying to outdo each other with the newest and coolest custom GUI gameplay feature, and everyone had to be better. Famous example for CK3 would be Elder Kings' patron deity system, something like that, where once that hit, it wasn't even a ton of work for them to make it, but that blew everyone's mind, and every other mod had to scramble to try to find something just as cool they could show off to remain just as popular. Custom features, custom governments. You can't just have an empty map and a few events anymore if you want to be very popular in the community. You got to be competing to make the best nowadays.
So you can advertise your releases on a lot of different places. So I'm just gonna list some of them off. Steam, Paradox Forum, ModDB, Reddit, your community Discord servers or the CK3 co-op, Space Battles, Alternate History, Sufficient Velocity, Knockout Forum, Bay 12, and Something Awful.
So now that we're finishing up the panel itself, so sorry to see y'all go. I would like to suggest everybody go check out the Mod Co-op, which is fantastic, and we all loved helping Bavaria put this together. All of us are members. You can recruit new members on there, talk to other modders, talk to their communities, and just learn more about modding or just see the latest from every single major mod in CK3, and we represent all of them. You can find people interested in making whole new mods for you to work with, and you can search for information and technical questions in general, and tons of different chats where we just talk about it constantly and endlessly, sometimes even with Paradox employees. You can even bring up features that you think would be great to get added to CK3 for modders, not actual features, with the community Trello that we set up with assistance from Paradox, just so that we can help tell them what exactly we're looking for and how best they can help us do that. And yeah, thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming to Mod Administration 101. This was a lot of effort on our part to put together because it was just an insane amount of information. We sat here and we talked for hours about how to put this together.
I just talked for hours everywhere.
Yeah, I hope it was
gaming chair.
I hope it was informative. Thanks everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Danke.
X's and O's.
I imagine I'm waving at you.
Nachsenseit.
Schnitzel.
Folks, and here I am. Now I have to tell you, when it comes to this topic, we're going to jump in 2 minutes, maybe let's make it 5 minutes. We're going to jump into the main event. Of course, we have so much waiting for you. And let me turn on the light. What? I need to turn like... God damn it, I should have done that before. Here we go. You know what, is that better? Yeah, that's better. I would like to take a minute to just address the panel itself, because essentially, when it comes to advertising, I don't think it's that advertising is perceived as something that is bad, as something that is basically like people being, you know, adverse to the advertising idea itself. I fundamentally, after years on YouTube and after, for I think 6 or 7 months, doing mostly mod reviews, mostly pushing mods and people teaching about these mods that they exist, I personally simply believe that most people do not know how marketing and advertising works, and that's normal. I want to make that clear. That's very, very normal. But the truth about it is, when you look at the Steam Workshop, the Steam Workshop has one discovery function, and that discovery function is the initial front page that you see of those mods listed, and then it has a list of most popular, most subscribed, and most recent. Once you drop off of the main page, you are gone. You will never get re-promoted again. There's nothing you can do about it. It's completely gone. That's why I'm saying, this sort of stuff, advertising, getting videos out there, getting maybe articles out there if you're lucky. You know, Community Flavor Pack, for example, had some articles written about it. It is so vital. If you want to be a modder, if you want to have a mod, obviously you want people to play a game, but to reach them is super, super difficult. It's a big part of why we're doing ModCon, quite frankly. It's one of those things where people learn about it, where people keep up with it. Now, with that being said, I really wanted to push that out there because I think people really underestimate the struggle of being seen. I think it is incredibly difficult. Take Tales of Ireland, for example. Just a quick example. Tales of Ireland is an outstanding mod. Hutmar has done insane work on it. But would it have gotten 22,000 subscribers without my lucky video? That video got super lucky. It has over 100,000 views at this point. Would it have gotten that? I'm not sure. I honestly don't believe so. And that's not because of the low quality of the mod. The mod is incredibly high quality. That is because it would drop off the face of the earth before everything is said and done. Now, with all of that out of the way, are you all ready for the main show? Are you ready? We got a main show for you today. If you weren't informed, this main show will include things such as Warhammer, that I already mentioned, things such as Kingdom of Heaven, and things such as After the End. Maybe you might know about it. Now, yesterday, if you remember, there was a Tavern of Sin. There was a bit of a surprise, I think, for everybody. The biggest spike in yesterday's stream of the chat was during Tavern of Sin, because everybody was like, what the hell is going on, right? And today, I think we might have that as well. We have it bundled up. There's a lot of good stuff coming. There's a lot of great stuff coming. And I think without further ado, you know, since I have so many mods, seriously, I'm looking at my stream deck. I have so many mods coming tonight. I think we should just take a look at the first mod, and this mod is not hosted by me. This mod is hosted by the Honorable Italian Spartacus. You may know him. He's a very, very great content creator. Love the guy. Very decent person. Great person, you know, no matter how you want to frame it. And you know, he got that role because he actually understands what Warhammer is all about. So you know what? Why don't we check it out, huh? Why don't we give it a shot?
Hello everybody, I'm Italian Spartacus, and it is my great pleasure to bring you the Crusader Kings 3 mod, Warhammer Geheimnisnacht. It was also my great pleasure to butcher that beautiful Germanic word with my Southern Californian bro accent. Let's hope that that was the lowest point in this feature as we dive into the old world of Warhammer Fantasy to bring you a glorious labor of love by the team behind this mod. Now, the mod is still very heavily in production. There's only a couple assets that are actually added into Crusader Kings 3, but what's great is that the development team has told me that they're pulling a lot of stuff out of Crusader Kings 2 and then planting it into Crusader Kings 3. And this is not just simply, hey, you know, you'll be able to dabble in the old world, as you can see from this bookmark preview. This is going to include the almost entire Warhammer map, and I'll show you that off in a little bit. But with this bookmark preview, we get an idea of some of the characters that you can play in this Warhammer mod. And you can take a look at these 6 individuals, and if you're not necessarily familiar with the Warhammer lore, this takes place around the time of the Vampire Wars, starting in 2010 on the Imperial calendar, or 6010 if you're 6010 if you're looking at it from any of the older races. And this is a pretty hectic time in the old world, right? This is the time of 3 emperors. This is when a lot of claimants to a lot of different portions of the throne of the old world are coming to the fore. Like you get the wolf emperors, the Nolan emperors, each and every one of these individuals kind of saying that, hey, I have lordship over this land from my respective elector county. And even Tsar Igor the Terrible, which would represent Kislev, is present in this bookmark preview. So this gives you at least an idea of these characters being present in one of the bookmarks or timestamps for Crusader Kings 3. And the developers have told me that they plan on having multiple starting positions or bookmarks in the game. Another example would be the joint Bretonnian and Empire Crusade into Araby, or the Great War with Chaos, which would actually mark the end of the time of 3 emperors and the beginning of the Great War against Chaos with the Emperor Magnus the Pious and the great Asavar Kul coming down from the northern Chaos Waste. So a lot of really fun, exciting bookmark previews to jump into. And maybe they'll go further back in the timeline, jumping into stuff like the Sundering with the High Elves, Dark Elves, and Dwarfs having a conflict. So there is plenty of options for very pivotal moments in the Warhammer timeline for the mod to jump into. And it's really awesome to see that the bookmarks here represent a lot of really important characters. But there's also this. We get a nice display of some of the coats of arms that you can see spread across lands like Bretonnia, Altdorf, Bastogne, other regions that are Mutlin here at the very bottom, which are particularly poignant when it comes to taking a look at the Warhammer lore. So it's awesome to see them represented in just their coat of arms before we actually take a look here at the map itself. And I think that once you see this map, you'll see an amazing scope that this mod team has in mind for Warhammer. And it is really exciting to see this kind of brought to life in Crusader Kings 3 in a way that I didn't think was possible. And here we have the map of the old world. And I've personally never played the Crusader Kings 2 version of this mod. So if you do want to get an idea for how this mod already presents itself in the Crusader Kings series, it is present in Crusader Kings 2. But here in Crusader Kings 3, we can see all of the lands of the Empire or the old world broken up into their respective kingdoms. And you can go further down, right? We can take a look at what this looks like from a whole entire Empire standpoint. You can see the Carrick Angkor at the bottom here. You can see the Empire, then you can get Norska to the very north. And these are the only lands that are added in as of now. The plan, as I said, is to expand this. You've got Ulthuan to the west. You've got the lands of Tilia and Astalia down here. Bretonnia over here. You have the Chaos Wastes up north. You have the World's Edge Mountains, which would go right through this location. And you get the Dark Lands. And you have the Mountains of Morn. You have Cathea over here. You have Ind, Koresh, Nippon, the Dragon Isles, even more into the Southlands, into Lustria and Nagaroth. I mean, there's so many places that this mod plans to go. You get the Badlands here, don't want to forget them. And I think that this is really, really exciting, and I'm really stoked to see how this team is going to bring the world of Warhammer to Crusader Kings 3. Now, they don't necessarily have a set timeline just yet. They will be taking their time to slowly bring this into the game. And if you would like to get involved in it, please check out the link to their Discord, which you can find in the chat and on the ModCon website. This will give you a chance to really dive in and follow the development of Geheimnisnacht, making sure that this is going to be an amazing Warhammer mod, and I couldn't be more excited for its future development. But again, I'm Italian Spartacus. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of ModCon and be on the lookout for this amazing Warhammer mod.
Well, there you have it. Warhammer Geheimnisnacht is on the way. The thing about Warhammer Geheimnisnacht is that they are also still updating, still working on the CK2 version. There are more features coming, there's that stuff going on, but they are now properly making the jump towards CK3, so I'm very, very excited for that. There's also a beautiful 3D model, but I'm going to leave that to them. Either way, Warhammer Geheimnisnacht is on the way, and the map is gigantic. I think it's going to be absolutely great. I'm very excited for that one. Now, the next one is very different. It is set in Europe. It's set in the normal world, if you will, and yet something is different about it. Something is, how do I describe it? everything is kind of massive in this mod. If you have a NASA computer, then this one is for you. If you don't, then this one is still for you, because honestly, it's probably still going to be a lot of fun. I present you Europa Magnifica. Have fun. This is Europa Magnifica, a project that aims to bring a much more detailed historical map to Crusader Kings 3. The mod desires to provide a more immersive experience by adding thousands of new counties to the game. While the mod is mainly focused on Europe, it will also expand on areas near Europe such as the Middle East and the Maghreb. There will be hundreds, maybe even thousands, of new historical rulers to players, such as extremely obscure rulers like the Lord of Montsoreau and the Burggraf of Ypres. The priority start date for the first release will likely be 1066, but the developer has plans to cover the entire Middle Ages and even the Renaissance and early modern period. Besides that, the modder is also planning some other features, such as hundreds of unique buildable wonders across the map and new regional innovations. The sources for the mod are primarily historical maps alongside Wikipedia, which provides plenty of information on cities and castles. When reworking a region, the first step is usually deciding what new counties should be added. Afterwards, the holding in the new counties are decided. The second step is locating all the holdings on the province's map. A truly mind-blowing degree of the work on this map basically involves research and lots of time-consuming file creation work. Currently, the mod isn't playable, or well, it probably kind of is, but there are lots of things missing, such as obviously the historical rulers, because the main dev, Caspian Mortis, is currently the only dev working on the project. So far, he has almost exclusively done map work on the mod and would like to issue a call to arms. If anybody wants to join in creating a map in which creating and holding a kingdom is truly a task for generations instead of the work of 5 minutes, please do join his Discord. France, Britannia, Spain, Italy, and most of the Holy Roman Empire have already been reworked, as you can see in the footage. There are many regions that still need to be done, but fingers crossed, the goal is to complete the map by the end of the year, so that the mod can be released in 2022. Indeed, it will be the most granular map ever created for a Crusader Kings game, and I personally cannot wait to conquer all of Bavaria on this scale. The thing that must be said about this mod is that the modder is insanely dedicated, has been added for ages, and likely will be added for ages. I will also say, I did see, and it is fair enough, that you know, the frame rate was sort of stuttering there, but I have to tell you I recorded that, and it's OBS. It's buttery smooth, but OBS really hates filming maps that are large. The gameplay was actually very nice. Now, with that being said, we are entering more, let's call it a bit, how would I phrase it, normal territory, I think is quite fair, right? We're looking at a situation where we've seen Warhammer, we've seen a NASA computer mod, and all of those should be appreciated, of course. And I think the next one is a classic. It's a standard. It's something that you all know because you're literally all subscribed to it because it's the most subscribed mod in the workshop. Let's appreciate our... Oh god, there's going to be a million other 3D modders that will hate me after this. Our favorite 3D modder, El Tyrannos. He deserves it. Let's check it out. And that was the community flavor pack. I always love seeing the community flavor pack. It is utterly amazing. We're going to take a look at what El Tyrannos has done for the Majapahit live modding challenge in a bit. We're going to take a look at that, and trust me, it is absolutely worth it. It's insane what sort of work can be done in 3D. Massively, massively impressed. Now, I will say that I appreciate that all of you, participated in the poll. It is now official. El Tyrannos has been crowned the best 3D modder in the community. And that just means that every other 3D modder has to go harder and step it up. So good luck. Keep at it. We want to see as many 3D assets as possible. But seriously, I do appreciate all the work, much like all the others. I will take my time now to basically just let you know that this is a charity stream. If you want to donate, then you can do that in the link that is pinned in the chat. We currently are at 1,669 euros. Nice, first of all. But also, second of all, thank you all so much. We are at 83% of the 2,000 euro goal. And let's be real, the 2,000 euro goal, I mean, I was stunned by the... let me just switch that over. By the 1,000 goal being met. And now we are here. Just look at this. Seriously, all of you, every single buddy that is watching, that is supporting this event, all the modders, all the people that have, of course, donated, thank you so much. And look at him. He's right here. El Tyrannos, the absolute legend, is right there. Now, with that being said, there's another thing that I do want to mention before we move on, because we will have something very special next. Not after the end, okay, before you ask. Not after the end. But I want to let you know that if you weren't aware yet, if you like any of the mods that you see in this very show, in any of the shows that we have, then you can follow this link and you will come to the biggest centralized link hub that exists of CK3 mods. All of these mods, however, are the mods that are participating in this event. So it's not everybody, it is not all encompassing, but it is an absolutely large repository. So if you're interested in keeping track of your favorite mod, of finding new mods, maybe, that sort of stuff, then definitely go check out the link up. You can even sort it, in whatever you want to. So definitely recommend doing that. Now, the next one is something that you did not expect. I guarantee you that you had no idea this mod was a thing. I know very few people are actually aware of it. And I know that those people are very dedicated to the entire idea of modding and CK3. We are talking. Honestly, I'm not gonna introduce the mod. You have to find out as we go, okay? You have to find out what it is as the video is running. Good luck. Crusader Kings 3 is a great game, but there are, of course, as with any other game, aspects that could be more in-depth. Aspects that could put the grand into grand strategy. Now, one of these aspects is most definitely the economic side of the world. While the character-focused gameplay is as extensive and immersive as we once could only dream of, the question of building a wealthy realm is fairly simple to answer. Mind you, that simple system does work, but at the end of the day, there is but one number that determines whether your subjects are enjoying a prosperous life or are barely having access to food and water. In vanilla CK3, everything is shown via the development level that any given county has achieved for themselves. So just one number? Here's exactly where Sinews of War decides to come in. It reworks the economic system behind CK3 in its entirety. This county window becomes this county window. Yeah, goddamn. Sinews of War in its core is a complete rework of the economy of CK3. Now let's take a look at how it works. I do want to warn you that all of this is heavily work in progress, and the interface will be altered in particular to create as much clarity for players as is possible. Every county on the map has various values in production. For one, there is of course the amount of gold that you get from taxes and trade. Then there are research points that within this system determine how fast innovations can be acquired. As mentioned before, trade will be a thing in Sinews of War, although the devs are not yet able to fully show it off. However, when imagining it, you should know that trade value and trade power will be generated based on a county's economy and will work in a fashion comparable to the trade routes of EU4. Then there is the goods category that basically describes the general standard of living of the county and directly influences trade, research and gold income. On top of that, it also influences the migration pull towards the selected county. Underneath all of this, we can find sanitation, public order, and food. These three factors will influence the sustainability of any given county, and should you be unable to properly accommodate your population, will lead to inhabitants dying or migrating away. Underneath the production section, we can see the county's demographics. Here we see the total population and how they are split up between different groups of occupations. We can also see how many people are being born in relation to how many people are dying in the county, and whether more people are immigrating than are emigrating. All of this, of course, will be influenced by what happens to the county. A war-torn county, or a county in which either the culture or the faith of the population is being persecuted, will see people flee their sad circumstances. Underneath that, we can see which occupations different parts of the population have and how many more could be employed in these sectors. The more nobles a county has, the higher is the owner's knight limit. The more urban or rural districts a county has, the more people can be employed in them. Underneath this section, we can find the military. Of course, a garrison, levies, and men-at-arms aren't created out of thin air if we have access to a proper population mechanic. So, your population will determine how many knights and how many troops you will have. Should a county become completely deserted through prolonged wars, of course, only few men will be willing and able to man the garrisons, making it easy to take the county at any given moment. The loot of a county will also be determined dynamically based on whether its economy is successful or failing. Now, in the next tab, we have the building system. The building system has also been revamped, focusing on implementing maintenance of buildings so that you cannot simply build something and then be rich forever. Should a county get sieged down or experience a natural disaster, some of the buildings may even be destroyed, leaving even the strongest county in shambles. The AI will also know how the building system works so that it can build and maintain them according to the needs of its population. Last but very much not least in this interface, we have the edict screen. You can set county-specific taxes, manpower requirements, and some special rights that can balance out resource production and control of a county. On top of that, you can decide whether you want to tolerate foreign cultures or faiths, which will have an impact on how quickly a county will convert and how happy its population is. Sinews of War is still, as mentioned before, heavily work in progress, but the fundamental design and implementation of a deep economic system in CK3 is well underway. The mod will also rework the innovation system, introduce land fertility, weather, estates, diseases, and loans. Now, one thing is for sure, you ought to keep an eye on this mod, because it is extremely promising for a truly grand CK3 experience. Gaze upon it and despair. That was Sinews of War. If that isn't insane, then nothing is. I think we ruined Matthew's night. He's one of the CK3 programmers. And I saw him type. If this has pops, then I hate it immediately. Well, the ride never stops. That was Sinews of War. Very interesting mod. You should join the Discord. If you go to our website, you can find the link there. Sinews of War has their own Discord for sure, so you can check that out right there. It is part of CMH, but more on that in a second. Next up, we have an interesting topic. I love the stream of Victorian Kings. There is actually a mod, by the way, Victorian Kings. It just, it puts... Actually, it has a lot of work. I'm going to cover that later, but let's not worry about that right now. The next mod that we will be taking a look at goes by the name of Kingdom of Heaven. Kingdom of Heaven is very anticipated, I think, on this stream. Because Kingdom of Heaven is something that we had an extra panel for at the start of day one, if you remember, if you were there. It was the research and history of... the panel of the research and history of, you know, the thing. Sorry, I need to reorder something. There we go. And now it's Kingdom of Heaven. And the thing about this is that I know that many of you will be very happy once this goes and has its turn. But I want you to know, I need you here on this stream, okay? Let's do Kingdom of Heaven.
So you want to know how to rise the ranks of power? Well, friend, you've come to the right man, and in perfect time also. The West these days is an ever-changing landscape. Counties now appointed to nobodies, ancient noble families stripped from title and land under changing laws, revolts and conspiracies brewing more than ever, and the large rise in heresies plagues the institutions of power. But I'm guessing you think oh so well on how you wish to place that crown upon your head, hoping to slip past the cracks of stability, to lay your family name in history? Why, my friend, don't be so haste. From experience, being as bold as a lion is sure to make you overlook your options. And there are other ways to cement your positions, and when used together, you may go further and achieve more than even I had done. The church is a very delicate matter to some. It influences the day-to-day life of all of us, tells us what is acceptable, what is right and wrong. And it is a power untouched, a power unthought of to use, or out of the realm of possibility to your average noble. But for good reason, right? Make an enemy of the church and you will have a bad time. Work the church from within and you will quickly find yourself with much more sway. The center of the church's power? Why, that would be the College of Cardinals. Now, the Sacred College of Cardinals is the center of all Catholic politics. It's a body of the most senior members of the Catholic Church, being second to nobody other than the Pope, while being appointed by the Holy Pope himself. These members are known as cardinals. In the general scheme of things, these grand characters would be the most pious, wise man in all of Catholicism. What makes their role even better is that the next Pope is decided from the members of the cardinal body. There are 9 cardinals to the college. 8 of them are cardinal, whereas the best candidate at becoming Pope is the Prefectus. This Prefectus will become the successor of the Papal States and become the head of the Roman Catholic Church as the Holy Pope when the current one passes. Now, you might be wondering, how does one become appointed by the Pope to become a cardinal? All bishops and realm priests are eligible to become a cardinal, but it truly depends on the person's rank as bishop, his virtues in life, the current Pope's opinion of him, and his campaign funds, used to possibly tip the scales of the legitimate elections. On those funds, a bishop who receives your grateful assistance in his election as cardinal has a very good reason to support you in the future, likely being your voice in the church. But how can you trust these random bishops in the world as your great cardinal in the college? Who says they won't take your money, get elected and run? Sadly, nothing really. But what you can do with great brilliance is to take on the old system of lay investiture. Where's the need for the Holy See to be the sole authority of the appointment of bishops? Most of these churches were donated or built from the nobility in the first place, so why can we not appoint the bishops who run them? For simply pass the free investiture law, and you shall see past the false sense of power the current Pope has. Appoint your own bishops from your curious, unlanded sons or brothers. Perhaps you won't need to bypass the legalities of legitimate papal election entirely. If one of your family members lives quite the pious life, he may rise the ranks of the church himself, becoming one of the most holy of the popes. And maybe, if his successors deem him blessed enough, you may find another great saint arise from the depths of Christianism, leaving an influence on generations to come. A great man for rulers to name children after, to hold great tombs worthy of pilgrimage and to be remembered in the holy books of old. I was never the type to do so. Many reaching arms at my claims for me to not stay and protect them. But alas, the Levant is always a place with rising action of opportunity. I've heard of mere barons forming great families and even marrying great East Roman princesses. If the heat doesn't bother you, why not pilgrimage to Jerusalem and protect the holiest sites of the faith from the Muslims? Perhaps even one day the Haute Cour will select you or your ancestors as the next kings of Jerusalem. It's a very eventful world out there. Take this knowledge, pair it with what you know, and take on the kingdom of heaven.
And that was Kingdom of Heaven. Now, it is out now, but it isn't, because it needs time to be uploaded on Steam. But once these events are over, just go check out Steam. It's right there, and it should be very enjoyable. At least I hope so. Make sure to join their community as well. They have a Discord. Again, the link hub is, I think, just got posted. Right there it is in chat. Definitely go check out this this mod, because that is going to be quite something. I know for a fact that many people thought this mod was basically away by a million years, but it ain't. It's right there. So I think that's pretty decent. Have fun checking that out. Now I will say that there are two other things before after the end. I just wanna I need to make sure that you understand that there's still time until after the end. I do want to point out one more time that this is a charity event. We're supporting Autismus Mittelfranken, which is an association that is self-advocacy basically, and also gives open spaces and support groups for autistic people and anybody that is really interested in the topic. You can donate via the link that is pinned to the chat. With that being said, we are now going to take a look at a mod that I think people have had on the radar, but I don't think people know enough about it, and I think there's something to take a look at here. It's not after the end yet. No, it's not. It's not after the end yet. Oh, by the way, I coded the Cardinal of College. No, colleges. Okay, you know, I'm not even going to make the joke. We are now going to go ahead and we're going to check out Ave Maria, an immersive mod. Let's find out about it.
Hello and welcome. I am Druzhnik and will now tell you about the mod Ave Maria that focuses on completely reworking how the Roman Empire in CK3 works, among other things. Please note that we will refer to it as the Roman Empire going forward, as the Byzantine label, as well as its association with Greek identity, comes from later historiography. But at this time, the people of the empire thought and behaved themselves as Romans. Ave Maria adds a lot of content, such as a complex system of additional and distinct character traits, as well as a unique form of government concerning Islamic empires, such as the Abbasids or the Seljuks. However, for starters, we will be focusing on the massive rework the mod brings for the Roman Empire, as this is at the very core of its features. Ave Maria introduces radical changes in how the game is played for the Romans, with new government types, vassal contracts and laws, new interactions and mechanics, as well as events that will make any playthrough in the Empire a much different experience than anywhere else in the world. Unlike vanilla, which treats the Empire as a feudal state, Ave Maria's Empire boasts several new governments, one for the Emperor and special government types for vassals. This represents the various forms of provincial organizations in the Empire, as well as military regiments or bureaucratic offices. The Roman government is the generic one used by the Emperor. For the landed vassal government types, we first have the theme vassal governments, the one most common across the Empire. It represents local governance in the hands of the strategos, but contrary to their role in the past of the Roman Empire, their power has diminished and their vassal contracts will be primarily geared towards taxes rather than levies. They also get a combat malus in wars. The Ducaton vassal government, on the other hand, is led by a duke, and much rarer. These vassals are commonly situated at the borders of the Empire and are tasked with the protection of the Empire. Their vassal contracts are of a smaller significance, but they are nonetheless important, as they will automatically join on the side of the Emperor should war break out, directly supplementing the central Roman army. There are also two new landless vassal types, Tagma and Secreton. The Tagma government represents the various central professional salaried regiments in service of the Empire. They will automatically join any war of the Emperor, both offensive and defensive, regardless of distance, and spawn men-at-arms regiments in the capital when the war is declared. The Secreton type of government is utilized for the central administrative offices of the Empire. The Sekelion is one of these and is in charge of the Empire's finances. Their role is mostly to provide efficient administrator characters to the Emperor's council. Finally, there is the curatorea type of government, representing the land under direct administration of the central government. Its official representative, the curator, is tasked with securing these lands for the crown and safeguarding them from the greed of local lords. Vassal contracts associated with this government are geared towards providing the maximum taxation but lack in providing levies. Each of those governments has specific vassal contracts determining the number of levies they provide to the emperor, while the general terms of the vassal contracts are common to all. This complex system of government types aims to create decisions that always have up and down sides. Increasing taxation is not a clear-cut benefit, and increasing them too much can have potential negative consequences for the emperor, as it may drain his monthly popularity, but more on the topic of popularity later. Additionally, special title laws have been added that fit the Roman Empire much better than primogeniture that exists in the base game. Firstly, the empire title now has an elective succession law that lets the emperor and the most important figures of domestic politics vote on an heir. These are the domesticos of the Scolae, the logothetes of the Drome, and the Patriarch of Constantinople. That means that a successful emperor must please the military leadership, the civil administration leadership, and the leadership of the Orthodox Church to secure the succession. Most of the duchy tier vassal titles will have a clientelism elective succession title law, which lets the title holders, their vassals, and the title claimants cast their votes. Of course, succession of a vassal of the emperor is never guaranteed because of this. Luckily, a successful strategos can purchase the rights to counties in the name of their family permanently. Even if you were to fall out of the emperor's grace, you could still cling to your position. To accompany these changes, new interactions have been added. The emperor has access to new interactions towards his vassals. He can decide to simply fire them, leaving their title and de jure land to their elected successor. The emperor can also choose to replace them with someone of his choosing instead, or issue a decree favoring a potential successor to a title, which will positively impact their chances to get elected. The vassals of a strategos, on the other hand, can attempt to claim their liege's title, which will in turn make them eligible in the event of a succession occurring. Now let's move on to a topic I teased earlier. If you happen to play the Basileus, you will encounter two new mechanics, legitimacy and popularity. Legitimacy represents the acceptance a character finds for their claim to authority as the emperor of all Romans. Of course, anybody can claim that they deserve to rule the empire, but only few would find enough supporters to press such a claim, or, after becoming the Basileus, hold on to it. Legitimacy allows you to elevate your chances of being elected emperor, and is what distinguishes a descendant of a glorious family that served the empire well and an ambitious upstart that has nothing to show for themselves. Should an emperor's legitimacy sink to a too low level, a revolt may become unavoidable, which in turn can have negative consequences for your crown jewels or eyes. Indeed, leading the Roman Empire can quickly become troublesome. Should you find misfortune during military campaigns, become an enemy of the church, or fail to fulfill the duties of an emperor internally, the voices that deny you the right to be called a legitimate heir to Constantine may grow louder. Naturally, you can also gain legitimacy. Coronation ceremonies, holding prestigious military offices, and being named junior emperor will, for example, push your claim to fame up higher. Winning wars as the emperor or participating in military campaigns as a vassal will also give you chunks of legitimacy. Indeed, even military triumphs can be held much like they were held for Caesar. Be wary, however. To receive a triumph, the emperor must have commanded his military campaign himself via the military expedition decision, and that can, of course, quickly go south and impact your legitimacy or your health drastically. On the other hand, we have popularity. This mechanic represents your standing both with the higher echelons of the empire and the people of the city of the world's desire, Constantinople. It is not uncommon to witness the end of an emperor's reign by the hands of the city's population in the form of a palace coup. Similarly to legitimacy, dropping too low in popularity can trigger rebellious factions to replace you on the throne. Popularity gain comes from various new events, such as organizing hippodrome races, distributing money and gold to the people of Constantinople and the poor, or sponsoring church construction renovations. With this hard-won respect, you will be able to spend it by firing some nepotistic aristocrat or an ineffectual general through the aforementioned interactions added for the emperor. Now, we have talked of important positions beforehand, and the council for the Roman Emperor is different from the one found in vanilla. First of all, the office of court chaplain is replaced by the function of synkellos, which was often regarded as the successor designate to the reigning patriarch. This position has had the council task of fabricating a claim on a county replaced by the intellectual activity task, which speeds up innovation progress. This was done with the fact in mind that the emperor already possesses a variety of powerful casus belli to reclaim the lost territory of the empire. All the other council positions have had their names changed for flavor purposes, but maintain mostly the same tasks as in vanilla. However, contrary to vanilla, you cannot name the first random competent administrator you found in the streets to be your chief minister. Only certain title holders can be assigned to the council. For instance, to be the marshal, here called domesticos of the Scolae, you actually have to be at the head of this prestigious and elite tagma regiment, and naming a new candidate for that position will cost you popularity, so you might be stuck with the current one for some time. Similarly, the position of steward and chancellor, sacellarios and logothetes of the Drome, need to be the holders of the respective landless title holders. This arrangement will of course have consequences. Some members of your aristocracy will feel left out of the inner circle of governments. To appease them and avoid a violent uprising, you can give them minor titles or dignities. Historically, the amount of court titles and dignities was something way too complicated to be entirely represented here, but for the sake of keeping the spirit of this historical institution, you can give the following titles to your aristocrats. Protospatharios, sword-bearers of the emperor, patricios, antipatos, magistros, proedros, festarches, and spatarios. With the upcoming royal court expansion, those titles will likely be converted into the new system, but for now they are similar to the court physician and are a special type of relationship that you can give to those who you find worthy. In order to better visualize some of the new mechanics and titles, a new interface, the institution interface, has been added. Over time, all around the world, specific cultural and title institutions will be added, but for now only the Romans and the Islamic empires of the Fatimid and the Seljuk have some special ones. Roman institutions are the army, administration, and senate. The army and administration change depending on the members' respective importance within the empire. The third institution, the senate, does not have any specific features yet, but at the expense of dashing Republican hopes, in the 11th century the Roman Senate was politically irrelevant. It served as a prestige assembly that could sometimes be profitable through admission fees for the emperors, but had no control over any state decisions. It did have some ceremonial and prestige roles, however, and this should be represented in various minor events in the future. Last but not least, in order to provide a sense of the world of Rome in the 11th century, new events and decisions have been added. You could decide to play a game of polo with your friends, go visit some famous thermal sources to cure your ailings, or participate in a chariot race. New events have been adapted from the Book of Ceremonies, a 10th century manuscript commissioned by Emperor Constantine VII, that describes the protocols relevant to the various events regulating the life of the emperors, so that you can truly experience the life of an emperor right through the very eyes of a direct source. As you can see, this building block of the community mods for Historicity project brings a lot of content with it, and you should go and check it out as it is currently available on the Steam Workshop.
Folks, and that was Ave Maria. Was that something or was that something? Now, the speaker of that video, I want to, of course, point that out. I have pointed out Italian Spartacus before. This one was not Italian Spartacus, much to everybody's surprise. This one was Druzhnik. Druzhnik was here yesterday as well, voicing something. Ave Maria, there's a lot of content in there. If you want to support the mod, then definitely check out their Discord. The link is in the link up on our website, modcon.xyz. I think that a mod of this scale needs as much support as they can get. So, with that out of the way, I simply want to take a real quick moment here. Let me just check this. You know, I need to go to the page myself. Would you look at that? Holy crap. We are at 1,844 euro donated to Autismus Mittelfranken e.V. You all are utterly, utterly insane and utterly, utterly amazing. I really do appreciate it. I'm sure that they will appreciate it as well. With that being said, there's only a single more trailer that we have before after the end. Oh, should not have the pause there. Now that sounded like we have a single more trailer and that will be after the end. It's one more step, okay? until after the end, because all of the mods that you have seen in the recent minutes, so the first 2 mods, obviously Warhammer and Europa Magnifica, don't count into that, but all of the other mods in this showcase have something in common. They are all part of the community mods for Historicity. Almost had me. We will see a very short trailer for the community mods for Historicity mod pack, and then we will get to after the end.
Hello, I am the Gib. It is my pleasure to let you know that the mods you've seen today will be part of an upcoming mod pack called Community Mods for Historicity. The mod list currently includes Ave Maria, Sinews of War, Community Title Project, Community Flavor Pack, Enhanced Portraits and Ethnicities, Ibn Battuta's Legacy, Res Publica, Kingdom of Heaven, and The Lion and the Lilies. Explore the savannah with an enhanced vanilla-style map. Try to keep your noble sensibilities while dealing with heathens across your borders on the last stand of Jerusalem. Or experience the true cost of the 100 Years' War between France and England. Getting many mods to play together does come with some time. Please be patient with us as many mods are soon to be released. If you would like to get involved, we are currently looking for historians and modders to help write out history files to be used by each mod in the pack. Feel free to come on our Discord to chat or find me, the Gib, to get involved. Please expect the pack to release sometime after the release of CK3's Royal Court expansion. The Discord will be home to each mod's release announcements for you to play while you wait. We will be releasing more teasers as the files get close to completion. I hope you enjoyed the work each team has put into Crusader Kings 3.
And that was the one thing that bound most of the mods in today's show together. They belong to CMH. Now, I will point out right now that if you're interested in a single mod of CMH or in all of the mods that participate in CMH, then check out our link hub right here. The link hub has a distinction where you can basically click. Oh, actually, no, I can just show that. Let me show that real quick. After that, I have to say something for my best friend who asked me to say something on stream. My best friend's name is Al Said, but we'll get to that in a second. What do I do here? Right, I need to transition. There we go. Boom. Yeah, look at that. Seriously. Insane. But this is what I wanted to show. If you click on this, you go to the mod link hub, you click on CMH, and then you got them all. You got them all, okay? These are all part of it. They're all in there. They will all come out together. You can all check them out. So make 100% sure that you actually go and check them out, okay? Very important to keep in mind, because that is, of course, one of those things can often be forgotten. So many mods, so much stuff going on there. Now, with that being said, I have a best friend in the world. He creates the best mods. He writes the best stories. And the name is Al Said. And it's outstanding. Incredible person. And I'm just gonna say it after the end is the best. That's what my best friend asked me to say. Now, the thing is, there's actually no after the end trailer. I can't even fake it, okay? We got an after end trailer, folks, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be outstanding. It's gonna be amazing. We are going to watch one of the most anticipated mods for the entirety of CK3. I know I am looking forward to this mod like maybe almost no other. It has been a journey through CK2. It's one of the oldest mods. It started with Offerloaf, now it's under June. We have such a truly amazing team that is still very much active with After the End, that is still doing this stuff, that is pushing for the best quality possible. And After the End for CK3 will be bigger and better, more beautiful, everything compared to CK2. And why that is, well, I guess I shouldn't tease you anymore. Enjoy.
After the End is coming to Crusader Kings 3. After the End is a mod which takes place in 2666, many years after a historically vague apocalyptic event led to a near total collapse of civilization. However, by 2666, societies have stabilized into a state recognizably similar to that of the Middle Ages. The mod features hundreds of distinct faiths and unique cultures, which provide every area of the map with a distinct local flavor. The scale of the mod has been significantly increased from that of the Crusader Kings 2 version, with the map having been expanded to cover the entirety of the Americas, from the Bering Strait to the Falkland Islands. Perhaps one area where this expansion can be appreciated the most is in Brazil. In Crusader Kings 2, Brazil represented a faraway land, exotic, prosperous, and unreachable in its inward perfection. But the Empire is now brought to life in Crusader Kings 3. Unlike its northern counterparts, the Brazilian Empire appears to be exactly what it claims. A proper empire, united under a single banner, and mostly free from the rudimentary power structure of the feudal states. Cosmopolitan and diverse, extensive like no other, the imperial court can enjoy peace and prosperity while the empire thrives, an undaunted colossus, unstoppable, and yet unmovable. On one hand, it still represents what medieval China was to Western Europe, a large, advanced, bureaucratic, centralized state that, despite all these characteristics, is slow to act, hard to expand, and tricky to maintain. If the conditions are right, it should be possible for the empire to go on expansionist sprees or even collapse, but for the most part, its stability is its chief quality. On the other hand, it is still Brazil. Diverse, massive, and highly bureaucratic, with all kinds of cultures, faiths, and ethnicities represented underneath the imperial banner. Brazil offers a fun and unique way to play, whether as its neighbors, its vassals, or as the emperors themselves. Rather than a static and immutable block of land, the Empire offers something engaging and dynamic that grants players agency and allows them to interact with all the many faces of the realm, not through conquest or diplomacy alone, but also cunning, intrigue, courtly schemes, and bureaucratic plots. In order to represent all of this, Brazil has a full set of new mechanics, government forms, vassal contracts, realm and succession laws that allow both players and the AI to interact with what we've come to call imperial bureaucracy. Imperial bureaucracy is a centralized, non-feudal government that represents an empire ruled not only by landed elites, but also, and especially, by imperial officers and managers. Even though the emperor theoretically rules absolute, in practice, both his top-level decisions and the day-to-day administration are heavily influenced by imperial factions, formed by elected or appointed officials. More specifically, bureaucrats and captains hold most of the power, from counseling the emperor on all sorts of matters, to directly ruling over states and captaincies. While this power might fluctuate heavily, unless the conditions are perfectly right, the emperor won't have the final word on many matters. Other than specialization, another advantage of appointing captains and governors is stability. As core members of the government, these officials will have less reason to leave the empire. They can, and will, work instead to reform and enhance it, shaping how the court works and who has the final say on a variety of issues. In game terms, the emperor and his vassals can negotiate 2 new types of vassal contracts, which come with new government forms and succession laws. The core lands of the empire shouldn't be seen as property of a landed aristocracy. Instead, they can be turned into governates and ruled by bureaucrats. Governors, magistrates, and prefects will focus on development, incomes, and prosperity, setting aside minor concerns such as county control, levying, and even the declaration of war. Instead, they will be influential pieces in the bureaucratic echelons of the empire. Most armed conflicts between bureaucrats will rely on mercenaries, as standing armies are mostly unnecessary. Unlike landed nobility, bureaucrats won't follow hereditary succession. These rulers will be picked among skilled, well-read administrators. Children and mindless brutes have no place in such a position, and the most skilled counselors, especially chancellors and stewards, will have both priority and a strong voice when picking a successor. On the other end of the spectrum, while the long frontiers of the empire shouldn't be ruled by aristocrats, neither would feeble bureaucrats be qualified. The imperial army will rule them directly, from the lush jungles of the Amazon to the vast savannas of the Cerrado and the steep hills to the south through martial captaincies. These captains will focus on control and recruitment, leaving little space for taxation and development. This mindset will allow them to declare small bordering wars in order to keep the neighboring savages at bay. But once lands are pacified, the emperor might dissolve a captaincy at will. Like governates, captaincies aren't hereditary. Their captains are picked among veteran commanders and skilled soldiers, with marshals and knights usually having the final say. While governors rule the imperial core and captains oversee the imperial frontiers, both sides fight to gain the favor and the reins of the imperial court itself. In game terms, this is represented by court authority, a new realm law that replaces crown authority, but works in a noticeably different way. Instead of growing from least to most authority, court authority fluctuates from bureaucratic to military controlled, defining how much power each faction has. When the bureaucrats have more power, wars are deprioritized, learned courtiers have more influence, and, at the most extreme levels, the imperial bureaucracy might even block unworthy imperial heirs, or directly appoint counselors from among their own ranks, leaving the emperor with little to no power. The military might have the upper hand too, focusing on control, warfare, and decentralization, placing military officers in administrative places of power and blocking weak heirs to the throne, ensuring that one of their own always takes the crown. If the conditions are just right, either because both factions are in a delicate balance of power, or due to the maneuverings of a capable, skilled, and popular emperor, power might lie exactly where it's expected to be: the imperial throne. A balanced court grants most influence to the emperor, letting him take the best of both worlds and have the final say on most questions, though it might leave both bureaucrats and captains disgruntled. Luckily for all sides, court authority is highly volatile. If power lies in the wrong hands, opposing vassals might band together and form a bureaucratic or military faction, without usually attempting to claim independence or try to depose their ruler. They instead try to sway the empire to align better to their will, be it by sword, pen, or sheer cunning. While governors and captains are selected by a complex process, the empire itself is hereditary, but everyone, or at least everyone favored by the court, has a hand in it. Only direct claimants and the emperor's close family can succeed him, but among those selected few the order is not as clear. A bureaucratic court might prefer educated, well-read successors, while a military court wouldn't even accept a coward as their emperor, and the bar will be even higher for claimants that are not directly related to the current emperor. A smart ruler might use this to his favor by preparing his heir to appease the court, or make sure that changes have come when the time of succession has arrived. Even though the imperial bureaucracy is a core part of Brazilian gameplay, many other features are being planned. From a dynamic rise and fall of the undaunted Colossus, to local systems such as the vestibular exams, many other features will make Brazil a truly unique experience. A complete version of this dev diary, with more details about the many effects and intricacies of the imperial bureaucracy, will be available in a few days. Stay tuned. Of course, Brazil isn't the only major center of society throughout the world. Many great ancient cities dot the New World, from the coast of Brazil to Manaus, to the highlands of Gran Colombia, the Valley of Mexico, the great ports from Havana to New York, and across the continent, from Montreal to San Francisco. These places retain glory of ancient times, built by centuries of continuous prosperity. And to reflect this, they have their own holding type and buildings. We call them metropolises, inspired by the Cities of Wonder mods by the late Kurthakon. Of course, our metropolises represent something different, so we'll represent them differently, with their own unique buildings specific to the holding type, and eventually specific to each individual location. You can look forward to more information on that in upcoming dev diaries, as well as more specific details about Brazil, some other unannounced features like republics, and detailed information about specific regions. You can also look forward to many upcoming mod announcements tomorrow.
And that was after the end. CK3. Take a quiet moment. Because it's a bit weird. You know, seeing all these amazing modders, and then one of them is no longer here with us. So I very much appreciate it personally that the after the end team took the moment. Indeed. With all that being said, that was a boatload of information about a mechanic that wasn't even in any way established in CK2. So, after the end, we're going to have all of the Americas, and Brazil is going to be insanely interesting. But I'll be honest with you, you know what caught my eye in that entire thing? Primarily the 3D assets and that beautiful California valley. Absolutely gorgeous. Just for anybody that doesn't know, I just want to point that out because this is a modding community event, and I think it's very adequate to bring it up. The creator of Cities of Wonders 2 is no longer with us for a while now. And again, I really appreciated that the after the end team took the moment. Now, folks, what do you think about going to Brazil after the end? I'm sorry, listen, I need to get a segue at some point to a certain degree. And I gotta tell you, I would love to go to Brazil. That was the main announcement show for this evening of ModCon. Tomorrow, we're going to have many, many different mods as well. You can, I'm sure, take a look at the after the end mechanics at a greater depth if you join their Discord, because there you will see, well, I mean, so much information. Honestly, they're quite liberal in how much they share with other people, so you should take a look at that. There's a lot of info in there. Beyond that, tomorrow is a Game of Thrones. Let me see. Is there a different mod that I can reveal that I'm willing to reveal? What else we got? We got Way of Kings, sure. Oh, we got the mystery mod. We do have the mystery mod. If you don't know what the mystery mod is, that is because barely anybody knows. That will also be tomorrow. Now, for today, we are at the end of the main event, meaning that I will take a swift look for like 5 to 10 minutes at the Majapahit ModJam, because they have been modding for 3 days straight. If you don't know what that is all about, then let me explain. Basically, there is a bunch of modders that sat down and said, we want to mod Java into the game. and they are doing it. And the quality that that brings with it is something that we get to enjoy in just a second. I have I think almost the most updated version of this. I need to take a close look at it. But there is a lot of stuff in there. So again, this will go live once ModCon is over. So I think if I can... There we go, I got it all set up. Let's load in and let's check it out. El Tyrannos, the master behind the community flavor pack, has worked this out like crazy, and you should check it out. Somebody asked the Fire Emblem mod for the mystery mod. No, Fire Emblem is already on the website, I think, as well, right? Because they did participate. The Fire Emblem mod is already out. I covered that, actually. It was very good. You should check out the website and look for the mystery mod. Maybe you can find it. Let me know what you find. Let me know what you find. Let's check out, once my game loads in, the Majapahit mod. There's also a Naruto mod, by the way. Not in ModCon, but there is a Naruto mod. There might be 2 Naruto mods. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it's just 1. I don't think there are 2. There might be 2 though. Okay, give me a hot second. I gotta close off some stuff. There we go. All right, real quick, let me check out the wonderful mod that has been created. This one, oh, it is almost done. So they almost put it into place. It is Java, as we talked about, and I don't want to. Nope, don't want to play Iron Man. Thanks for asking, though. I appreciate it. Let's see. Any good suggestions there? An avatar mod? Oh yeah, the avatar mod. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't think this is a secret. The avatar mod will be on tomorrow. You will be able to see some avatar tomorrow. Now let's take a look at this. We have the Kingdom of Java. Look at this. Oh my god, El Tyrannos. Are you kidding me? So what do we have here? These are kings. So this is royalty. If I look at the clothes, you can see this is for commoners, basically. This is for normal nobility, and this is for royalty. Look at this. He made this in 3 goddamn days. Look at this headpiece. Oh, that's just, it's so good. We also have this for regular nobility that isn't kings. Absolutely gorgeous. It can have multiple different patterns, of course, as it always can. And then we have our wife. Hello, my wife. I would like to take a look at the clothing options that we have here. Look at this. Oh my god, look at just how these patterns change and really give it a bit of flair. And then look at their arm. Absolutely gorgeous. You know what, I gotta make an arrangement where I can actually see chat here. Look at this stuff. Oh my god. This was done in 3 days. We really want to point that out. Really want to point that out. Look at this. Absolutely beautiful. This Java mod called Majapahit is a submod of the Rajas of Indochina. You may have heard of the Rajas of Indochina. You can play that with that. Don't worry about the map. Listen, don't worry, okay? This was centered around 1280, which is why we are in 1280 here. This is Raja Kerta Negara. I believe he is a very much historical character. If we look at the maps, we can see we got a kingdom title here, we got an empire tier title, we got the duchies, of course. And then, yeah, I mean, this hasn't been done yet, of course. But you know what we do have? Oh my god. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Look at these assets. Look at these assets. 3 days, folks. 3 days. Music is nose. Doesn't fit at all. I don't have the Indochina, no, the Indonesian music handy. My apologies. Look at this stuff. Absolutely amazing. In 3 days. It's going to go live. It's going to be a submod. I hope that it's going to be maintained. Look at this. Look at this temple. Are we going? Oh, nope. Yeah, the game doesn't like it if you go into the ground. Here we go. Okay, don't die on me, game. Look at that. In 3 days. Tomorrow. We are going to be playing this mod live on stream. We're going to have a lot of fun, I think. Just look at this. Now, the thing is, I think I need to basically do one setting and then we can jump into what comes next, which is the blind modding segment. Just need to, let me copy something here. Actually, let me just bring it back to me for a second. That works, right? There we go. I'm gonna make all of this visible. Boom. I made a couple of people invisible. There we go. What we have next as the segment is blind modding. Now, before we jump into that, let me tell you what blind modding is all about, okay? The blind modding part that we had as a challenge had 4 different modders. We had Topson from Way of Kings, we have Hutmar from the Tales of Ireland, we have Uber from basically every single mod, including Kingdom of Heaven, and we have Wrench from the Fallen Eagle. And they each, okay, they got basically told, hey, you have 1 hour and 20 minutes. I think Hutmar started out, so behind Tales of Ireland. Hutmar, you have 1 hour and 20 minutes to make a mod of either of these 2 themes. The first theme was card games, and the other theme was a magic system. Hutmar decided for a magic system, and the way it then continued was that Hutmar was not allowed to tell anybody what Hutmar actually did in the modding. There was one file, and that file basically read, hey, this is like stuff that I tried. But everything else had to be determined by actually looking at the files. What we are going to be doing here is we are going to take a look at the different stages that these modders worked on their mod, and then after 1 hour and 20 minutes, they had to hand it over to another modder that didn't know what the hell was going on. I will be real with you right now. I have seen the mod in stages, but I haven't seen the end result. So this will be a surprise to me as well. I hope that it worked out. I sincerely hope that, like, this isn't too bad. I also hope that I'm loading the mod in correctly. Now, in a second here, once I launch CK3, once I actually am ready to change the screen, basically, I will be going and switch over and actually undeafen myself, because all 4 of them are in voice chat. We want to take a look at how they feel about one another after, you know, sort of getting blind code from one another, because that's not that easy, right? Like, you take over and then you go like, what the hell was this person thinking? Let's find out whether that was actually the case for them as they were coding, or whether they are a happy family. I feel like, let me just, I don't want to awaken to, like, chaos here, you know? Let me mute myself so that I can check with... Folks, alright, let's switch over. By the ways of clicking this. Let's undeafen myself. Hello, folks. How are you doing? How's it going for you? I think... You know what? I think I need to, like, manually turn you down, like some of you. I should have done that before, but here we go. I am loading in CK3 right now. If I get to click on it, here we go. We have the first version of this in. Nope, get that out of there. There we go. It doesn't... Yeah, no, okay, now it does recognize CK3. So, do I need to load in any particular bookmark? So this is after Hutmar had the mod, right? Let's just become Irish. Alright. Ah, Iron Man. What? Oh, wait a minute. You know what? They actually can't hear you. This is a good production. Here we go. You're unmuted on stream now as well. Tell me about the Irish bias. So basically, this is the stage of the mod, just to re-explain that Hutmar created. What's the Irish bias? What's going on here? Ooh, he's a magician.
Being Irish. Yes, exactly. Being Irish comes with a side effect of magic. So currently, only Irish people are magical. So I guess technically Hutmar made a leprechaun system, not a magic system. But I mean,
they're all magicians. Every one of them.
There's like 1,400 people in the history files who are magicians. And
oh yeah, their grandfather was a magician as well, and this.
Way back to year 1, people are magicians in Ireland.
Oh my god! Yeah, wow. Oh, this man was a magician. They're all magicians. Okay, so Hutmar, for a second, walk us through what were you doing? What was the plan? What was the goal? What did you achieve? Were you happy? How did it go?
Well, what I wanted to do is to put the gameplay basis. So I created the trait. I gave it to some people, and after that I created some spells. So go into your decisions.
Yeah.
And into your decisions, you can see a bunch of spells.
Oh yeah, I see it. Right, we got the magical army spell. What does that give us? 900 min. Honestly, I actually like that. That's you gain 30 stress. So okay, there's a trade-off. That's game design. That's game design right there. no doubt about it. We get min, and we actually pay piety. Quick question, because I don't know whether this goes this way in any way, but like, there's no secret of being a mage, right? Like where somebody could have a hook, for example.
No, there's no secret for being a mage.
Oh, that because like you lose piety and stuff. You know that's where I'm coming from. Like man. Okay, what else we got? Let's take a look at this. Call to War spell. I will use my unlimited powers to regenerate the health of my men so that they can fight longer and harder and thus bring me victory. Has used magic, right? That gets applied. Magical call to arms. Levy reinforcement rate plus 300%. I mean, it's only for 2 years. Honestly, that's not even that unbalanced. I'm impressed. You make everybody in Ireland magicians and then not strong enough to conquer the world? Prepare invisibility spell. What does that do? Secrecy plus 50. Okay, okay, dude. Hostile scheme power plus 400%.
Yeah, some are a bit broken, but you'll see in the future updates how are you going to evolve.
I think I would have added a secret for it, but as it's currently set up, adding a new secret into CK3 and hooking it up in all the different places, you have to do all of that manually. So it's adding a secret is one of the most time-consuming things you can do right now.
Right.
Yeah, 1 hour is not enough.
People are saying they can't hear us.
No, that's over. That's been over for 100 years. No.
Well, we got pinged right now.
No, it's been fixed. Don't worry.
Okay, never mind.
Wait, let me listen to myself for a second. No.
Well, we got pinged right now.
Yeah, no, okay, there we go.
Okay.
I have a question. So, secrets are very difficult, so that wasn't on the table for this project. Makes a lot of sense. Each of you had only 1 hour and 20 minutes, and each of you probably spent like 30 minutes basically just saying, what the hell did all the other coders do before me? But, how does actually, and this is a question in the round, I assume that all of you, if not most of you, understand it. I don't. The longevity spell actually is really interesting to me because it says life expectancy plus 20 years, right? But for 25 years. Do you just die immediately after that is over?
No, I believe that it just changes the chance that you'll die each year. That depends on your like you'll have a sudden spike in your mortality rate after the spell goes off. Yeah.
Right.
But if you survive 5 years after the spell goes off, you can cast again the spell because you can cast it every 30 years.
You can get quite old with that. I will say, and I will just point that out because again you had very little time. There are some spelling errors, of course. How much did you even care about that? Because what I am surprised by isn't that there's spelling errors. If you are under pressure, there will be spelling errors. What I'm surprised by is that you did localization at all, right? Because I was thinking maybe they're just gonna go and be like, and here's all the code, and the last guy can go and do all the localization.
That is exactly
To
what
be
happened.
fair, Province did.
Yeah.
That happened.
Tom's fixed all the text is fixed in the last version.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like,
okay.
I'm kind of known for my feature jank.
Right.
And I didn't get to do any of that here. All I did was just fix localization, fix the GUI so that the magic is now shown. Make it so that the effects that are being used actually exist. It was just bug fixing and localization fixes all along.
Right. Yeah.
80 minutes of fixing.
I understand. So you basically were proving that Thompson is a heavily reliable non-jank modder by fixing what all the others kind of left for you.
Yeah, no jank here at all.
Let me quickly change because we're gonna go and jump into the next version if I remember how to do it. Oh yeah, here we go. I think. Yeah, there we go. I need to like tangle with the chat right now. So the next version. Oh god, it was Wrench, right?
Yes.
I remember that correctly. Right. Perfect.
All I really know about Wrench's version is that he left a bunch of comments basically begging people to replace what he's done. like, someone please replace this.
I was terrified again.
Wrench, what was your experience? You come in, I send you the file. I know I say very little to you. I just say there's a file that has 1 sentence in it and that tells you what it's roughly about. Good luck. What was your first impression?
I thought, first of all, I thought it would have been way harder. I thought it would have been like GUI at chess. I thought it was gonna be chess level.
Oh.
then I saw it was magic. Okay, stress level was a bit down. I had some ideas. Magical capacity was the first idea that came into my mind. I opened the files, and then I realized that I don't understand when other people write their code. I had zero experience in that.
Right.
Zero.
So you work basically on your projects. You work basically in your area, and that's what you do.
Yeah, that's our structure. You do your own area and submit it.
Right. And then we threw you into the chaos of 1 hour and 20 of having fun. Now I have to take a look. Okay, so what did you end up doing?
So first thing I did is I read that Hatma made a call to arms decision. First thing that came into my mind, I was like, oh, he means like calling allies in.
Right.
No, completely wrong. I spent 10 minutes trying to figure out how I'm gonna make a calling ally mechanic through a decision. Until I realized that it's just a levy reinforcement rate. So that wasted 10 minutes.
Excellent.
After that, I started warming up. I did a character interaction.
Right,
for
okay.
black magic.
Okay.
Yeah, it gives you hooks.
Wait, how can I find the interaction?
It's any other person and has the interaction.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Black
magic. Wait, I can't do it.
Can? Oh.
No.
No. That you can't do it. It is a bug.
So it's there, but it doesn't work.
It's there, but it doesn't do anything. I panicked. I later knew what was my mistake, but I panicked and just left it like that because I was wasting time on a character interaction.
No, I want to take a moment actually as we do this. Let me just real quick. I want to open the text file. Okay, to read the messages left behind. I think I can read that in the zips here. Okay, so this is the first zip. Read me if you feel lost. The mod is about making a magic system. I started with a trait and some basic spells. Indeed, we saw that. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago. What was left behind afterwards? Wrench wrote, I added a simple interaction. I have also added an event for one of Hoodma's decisions. Finally, I added magical capacity system. I need an icon for the HUD. Oh god, that's a long sentence. Oh my god. I need a HUD for the icon and some bug fixing. Sorry, there's the request for bug fixing.
That's one of the requests for bug fixing.
Oh,
there are also requests in the code itself.
Yeah, I left comments on it.
So I in the code you left. All right. So I want to ask in that case, the magical capacity system, right? It's not visible in game, I assume. Basically, it's in the code.
No.
It is visible. It's next.
Look at the top of your screen.
There are two prestigious. One of them is magic.
One of them is magic. Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't even notice that. Yeah, magical capacity says right there. I have 50. That is actually great. Okay, so it's integrated. Okay, really neat. Okay, what does the competition or what does the cooperation think of the work being done so far? So 2 modders in. We got spells, we got an interaction, we got a magical capacity system. Honestly, it's looking pretty good from the outside. I mean, all Irish are mages. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so this is a good starting point, I would say, for a magic system. It's, of course, nowhere near done yet. There are tons of UI issues, but at this point you already have a design for what magic should be. There should be a resource that's geopolitical. It goes up with gold and prestige and all the other ones, and then you spend that on decisions and interactions. That's your magic system right now.
Oh, and the trait is genetical. You can inherit it, and you can get it randomly.
Honestly, this is actually.
No wonder all of Ireland has it.
like Wrench talked himself down here, but that's actually, I mean, the total product here is pretty respectable, I would say. Like 2 hours and 40 minutes, and you spend like 30 minutes just reading itself into the code, and this comes out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. That's for sure.
Right. I do love though that like Fiatach Fin dal Fiatach died of unknown causes 1st January in the year 39 and he's a magician. That's really good. I absolutely love that. That is great. Okay.
He could be the first.
Sorry?
He could be the first.
He could be the first, yeah. The first magician.
Turns out the Mormons were wrong. This is actually where Jesus went.
This is, I mean, hey, I have covered Tales of Ireland, so I know the biblical mixed up story. It seems pretty logical, yeah. Sounds about right. Oh, that is really good. I really love the base design decision. Can I just ask why the Irish?
Because
that was hot, man. Yeah.
Tales of Ireland.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry,
I needed to have someone at the start of the game who had the trait, you know, because, and so I was like, okay, I'm going to take the Irish, and at the start I just wanted to target some of them, but I didn't have the time, so it was easier to just make all Irish magician. Just have to do a big replace of all traits of all characters, and that was done.
I really love that. You just straight up went, I would like to have this be selective, but also I don't have time, so you all get it.
I don't have time to just choose a couple of people to be magicians, so let's do it for 1,400 people.
Alright, give me a second, we're gonna check out number 3. As I load into the game, I will of course also add the open the third read if lost file. CK3, oh, it's opening, okay. So after this one was finished, oh actually, I mean, no, we can do it right now. After this one, no, you know what, I don't want to do it right now actually. I would like you to tell me what is new in this one, because we only read Wrench's one early because we were looking for the smoking gun there about asking for bug fixes. Okay, I am loading in. Do tell me about it.
Okay, so what I added this time around was, I think it was 2 new interactions. I categorized the interactions. I added 2 events that I didn't need to add. And I added some man-in-arms that I forgot to actually implement fully. And a good 30 minutes plus of wondering what to do and being a little confused. But
And
for the most part, yeah.
replicating a couple of bugs that were handed down to you by Wrench.
Yes.
No.
There were some handed down bugs from Wrench to where I don't use variables a lot, and there's some variable bug, and so I didn't really know the code. I just assumed his worked, so I copied his everywhere else, and it didn't work.
Yes.
Turns out
Bold
that
of you to ask you, my.
turns out that bugs are also genetic and inheritable.
So just to recapitulate this, you get the mod and obviously you're confused. I mean, how could you not, right? That's just the standard situation after seeing something that has been created after 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then you do the thing that I believe, maybe except Thompson, but I think every single modder basically does. You look at the code that is there and in your head you go, what can I copy, right? Because it's easy, right? It makes it so that you can do different things, but you don't need to write the code, right? I know I've done it when I crafted like super lazy events in CK2, for example, for Let's Plays. I see there are magical troops in here. I also see that they are insanely cheap. They are 100 people, right? And they have 460 damage, 80 toughness, 100 pursuit, and 29 screen.
These were not supposed to be hireable
Yes.
normally. These
Right.
were
Yeah.
supposed to be only via magic.
Some people start with
So
them,
I was
even.
halfway through coding the magical troops to where my dog was at the door, so I went to see what was up. I came back, completely lost my train of thought, and didn't finish them. I just moved on. Yeah, like they were like, "Hey, you didn't finish this." I was like, I completely forgot I was even doing that.
So okay, from a non-modder point of view, I see men-at-arms. I see that they can fight. I can hire them. You say you didn't want them to be hireable. If you had done the full vision, what was it supposed to be?
With the event.
How do you get the in your vision? How do you get the event? Is it basically a spell, or
No,
is that the magical army spell?
Yeah, Yeah, it's the magical army spell. Right now it spawns House Guard. I
yeah.
wanted it to spawn magical troops. But
Yeah,
I forgot halfway through and didn't fully implement, like, you get an army of 900 men. That
Right,
was
you
going to
get
be
900
magical
house
troops.
guards, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I understand now, I understand now. So you wanted...
Yeah.
Would it... How many troops would this decision have given you?
I have no clue. Balance wasn't on the mind.
I was about to say,
Balance was
that's
never
well
on the
compass
mind.
material. Now, what about those faulty code? What happened there?
So,
Oh god.
so should I take this, or do you guys wanna shame yourselves?
No, you can do it.
So, there is a function called change variable. It's a very simple function. You wouldn't think people would mess this up. It simply takes a name of a variable and says what you do with it. You either add something to it or you subtract something from it. You do not remove from it. But that's what the code did. It kept saying, change this variable and remove it 50 times. And
Wait, okay. Is remove also something that does something?
Not when used in that way.
Oh, wait, so you're telling me if you have like an arcane jank way, it could actually do something?
Well, like if you glance at the Discord,
right?
The only difference is
I
that
can't
where it
do
says
that, actually.
remove. Crap. Okay.
I can do it on my phone.
It says remove. Yeah. It says remove equals 200. It has to be subtract.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
So
but since wrench hit remove, I continued hitting remove everywhere.
Yes.
Which is worse. It is worse.
Yes.
And this apparently, apparently Uber did notice this because he did try to fix it by adding 3 events that say, if you see this, blame Uber. Like it says that multiple times, like 6 times in the event file.
They were hidden events, okay? So if they were to appear naturally, blame me because I messed something else up. But my thought there with the events was I was messing some scopes up or something, and that would just fire the. I don't know. I'm not too sure. It wasn't working.
Ooh, okay. Wait a minute. So we got the story. What is okay? What is?
So we have a couple
wait,
of
what is the result of uncategorized debug and then just a bracket?
Good question.
We'll accept
I
+1.
I actually know what this is because this was one of the first bugs I fixed when I came to that file. I just immediately noticed, oh, extra bracket. Gone.
Oh, it's gone now. Oh, he's considering proposal. What am I doing here? The magical no, that's just the event. What am I doing? There's a.
He's currently considering the proposal of closing bracket.
Will he ever stop considering it? I don't think he will. I think. All right, wait a minute. But I see magic blackmail is in, right? You get a weak hook, manipulation.
And the thing that should have been in place of the closing bracket is the bless interaction.
Ah.
So we have a bless, curse, and blackmail. So those are also the 3
cool.
events that were added.
I do see.
I swore that worked before I left, but whatever. I guess not.
I do see that magical capacity is still without an icon. So Uber, you're telling me, you went in, you saw the one plea that existed, and you said, "I'm not doing that."
Yes.
I was last. Of course he did.
We were counting on you.
I loaded up the files, read the comment, and said, "I'm not loading Photoshop right now."
All right, fair enough. It's you have priorities. I understand.
Yeah. I can do other things, which I have to.
I mean, it worked pretty well. I mean, obviously, again, like the remove the brackets. We've heard about your sins, but this is confession is about both the sins and then being free of the sins, right? So we have something.
A bunch of localization, which is like it does no longer say magic_blackmail, which I think was saying last time.
Yeah.
He did ignore
the. Still says longevity.
Yeah, he did ignore the decisions though.
Yeah.
Bring me victory.
The one thing that I can say during progress of creating those interactions, I once had them working.
Right.
I don't believe
I don't.
you.
I don't remember them not breaking. I don't remember them breaking. I don't remember that bracket thing. I've had Cursed and Blessed working. Cursed would basically hurt their health, and Blessed would heal their health.
I think
how long does a curse last?
That worked.
Wait, can I curse
It was
something?
only like
Oh no, it's blackmail, right?
You can't tell from the tooltip because the effect is being applied in an event. That's hidden. Instead of being applied in the effect. That's something that's going to be changed in the next version when I'm done with it.
Now,
because I nuked those events.
Yeah.
I have one more question for Uber in particular here, because when we were looking at the decisions, there was some sort of balancing here. I mean, where the 900 troops were basically just a couple of stress points, you know, whether it's balanced, I don't know, but you know where I'm coming from, right? There's a trade-off. Where's the trade-off with getting a weak hook? Do I get a drawback in the event if the event works?
No.
Wow.
Yes.
You have given the Irish the power to conquer the world.
Yes.
It's been done.
You still didn't see Curse characters way less balanced.
Yes, and if these two interactions worse, they would be blessing and cursing people across the world. If it worked.
I mean, at least diplomatic range, right?
True.
I think you forgot to add AI conditions for the interactions.
Oh yeah. The
so
AI can't use it.
Right. But the player can go
on. Honestly.
All right, let me just take a look at what was written. Uber wrote, I added to characters' interactions, an event, minute-arms, and modifiers. Issues arose when trying to remove variable counts from Wrench's system. Oh, wait a minute. Is that an actual, like... Did you just actually phrase it in the most diplomatic way that you possibly could to get out... to get out of it? This is phrased like, this was not my, you know, like, issues. It's like this is what you write in corporate meetings after you pull the fire alarm and there is no fire. You just go, issues arose when testing the availability of fire alarms.
Yes.
Not incorrect.
I love it. I actually love it. Okay, let me switch over. So this is where we're at. There's a lot of functionality in here. I will say that. As much as obviously, you know, we're having a good time, there is a surprising amount of functionality because there is this question of having to read yourself into the code and so on and so forth. And yet we come out with interactions. We come out with potential. Let me just real quick turn on the light. I think right. Whatever. You know what? I think I sit in the sun. I'm basically just. Is this too bright? Oh, this works fine, whatever. We're just here for not that long. So, this is what came out. Now, Thompson, you find this, and you look at it. What's your first impression?
Oh god, they edited the HUD. So I found that HUD.GUI file, that they had that, and it's huge.
What does that mean?
So the HUD is where the indicators for the resources are.
Right.
And where the decision buttons are, and blah blah blah. And I had no idea what they had done with it because it's a huge file. So the very first thing I did was just load the mod into WinMerge. See what have they changed about vanilla that's just like hidden in a bunch of stuff. Turns out it was only the HUD and the history files.
Right.
So I kind of I lucked out there. But I also decided I also didn't really want to do the HUD. I didn't want to do that GUI modding. So I started looking through the various interactions and decisions, and I found that, hey, they have a bunch of variable checks and change variables. And oh my god, they actually tried to remove variable 50 times instead of subtracting from it.
Right.
And the best part about this is that such effects don't show up in the UI even if they work. And triggers also don't show up in the UI even if they work. It won't tell you your variable is too small. You don't have enough variable. So what you need to do is actually add a custom localization for that, which is a bit involved. So now you can see, for instance, when you hovered over the interactions, it'll tell you that you actually need 200 magic. Before it didn't do that.
Look at that. I think I recognize that magic symbol.
Yes. I may or may not have stolen it from my own mod.
Yeah.
But in fairness, I did ask in the development channel.
No,
no one said no.
I don't think anybody's gonna be mad at you for putting the Irish into shard magic. Let's just read this. Magic is sometimes considered the power of the mods. The monthly gain can be increased by having high learning. Magic is spent on powerful spells. Damn. So there's actually no. I gotta actually. You know what? I want to ask this now. Oh, magical capacity has its own. Wait a minute. Oh, I can't.
It has its own breakdown, but you can't lock the UI for some reason.
Yeah,
that's
frustrating.
This is the bug, and I don't know why.
Right. I want to ask though. Is this is this generation from scratch?
Yes.
Wow. You actually made a learning modifier and everything. That's crazy. But okay, we can't see the breakdown because yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yes. So we don't have value breakdowns because from Paradox's side.
Right.
The Way of Kings has a very, very janky way of doing value breakdowns where we basically just repeat anything in the game that could possibly have contributed. And if any of them apply, then we show it.
Oh, I remember what you're talking about. I remember this from the submission to authority mod, where there's like this huge submissiveness topic, like how is a vassal submissive to their contract, and you as a player can't tell because there can't be a list, right? They can't actually break it apart why somebody is submissive or why somebody isn't submissive. They just give you the end value. I am impressed, by the way, because I just checked a non-mage. I wanted to make sure, and they're not generating magic. So you restricted it.
Yep. Actually, what was happening before was that there was a hidden on action or repeating event that every year would give magicians a bunch of magic. What I did was, because all of the resources in the game operate on a monthly schedule, I dismantled that, turned it into a script value. So now it shows what is your monthly income. It's 9.0.
Yeah.
Right. That was previously not shown in the game. So it both tells you what happens every month and how much you have right now.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yes, and it also tells you now how much are you going to spend, how much do you need, how much are you going to gain from your decisions.
Is there a command that I can quickly use to gain magic?
Yes. Right. Effect space.
Yeah.
Add magic with a subscript.
With
add _ magic.
Executing effect script, add magic.
No. Then you have to equals curly brackets.
Excuse me.
So,
can you send it in the Discord channel? I'm gonna look at it on my phone. It's like, oh, and by the way, here's 4 lines of code. Thank you very much. But okay, so we got everything is basically coming together. I saw that the event to summon the armies now does that. It actually summons magical troops. Those are now available. Those are now integrated there. Let me quickly do what you're telling me here. Add magic equals amount equals 4,000. Boom. Off we go. And we got him. Easy magic. So we got everything coming together now.
Tooltip for it as well. Wait. In the console, you have a tooltip saying
Oh, I did not.
Magic.
You know what? All right. Wait, do I?
So
oh yeah, I guess yeah.
Basically, as soon as I saw the broken variable changing effects,
the
first thing I did was say, okay, this needs to be shown in the UI. Let me just replace every instance of any variable being changed with something that has localization. And I remind you, at this point, I've still not opened the game. I didn't open the game until like an hour in. I had no idea what stuff would look like. I just had this kind of matrix moment where I was looking at the code and going, oh, this is what they must be going for. I'm just gonna fix the stuff that's obviously broken. And that took me an hour.
See, I have to say that, like, obviously, I mean, you had... I wouldn't call it thankless, because it looks like you implemented still so much that really has the mark of you, basically, right? This clarity here when it comes to the UI, and knowing that clarity is needed, you know, that sort of stuff. But I will say, I am incredibly impressed just how different each one of you actually took it as a direction. Because we have a situation, the first one was oriented towards everybody's a mage that is an island, everybody gets these decisions, and that's what's going on there. Then we got the stuff that went towards, okay, what if we, like, do hostile stuff, you know, if we interact with others. Oh, can I bless others? Oh yeah, I totally can. Bless character. And we still take stress. So there is a trade-off. honestly, this is way too
And now
coherent.
you also see the breakdown of the effect in the UI now.
Right.
Which previously you would only have seen will accept less character.
Right. Yeah. Now we see all of it. Wait. Okay. Wait a minute. So I
also fixed all of the localization issues before I loaded the game because there weren't that many localization files to check.
I need to ask. I'm so confused. Why do I turn invisible if I bless this man?
Good question.
That's a very good question.
This is a very strong spell. I'm gonna bless my wife. Okay, I can't bless my wife.
Wait, what? I don't know.
I like it. I like it a lot.
No, in my testing, I swear that didn't happen.
Wait, okay, let me actually check. I can. No, I'm. Oh wait. Let me just check here. No, I'm invisible. Honestly, like, okay, fair enough. Oh wait, can I double that? Wait, let me just check real quick.
It's not stackable, no.
It's not stackable. I tried. I tried.
And there's also another spell that you can't see. It's a spell that allows you to heal your wounds and diseases.
Oh.
Yeah, but you would need to have one.
Yeah.
Wait, but is it in the game?
Yeah, like do add trait wounded _1.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to cons again. Oh. 3. Screw it. Don't know what that means. Am I badly hurt? Oh yeah, that brutally mauled. I'm dying.
Actually, it's unclear whether that one is actually killable.
You lose the trait brutally mauled. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Does it actually fix it? Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, that is I like that. Man, I can't believe this because this is actually really coherent. Like you know, I thought to myself that like a magic system is something so vague, right? That there's so much potential for this to go wrong. Where like none of it fits together. But honestly, this fits. I'm very impressed by all of you. That's crazy.
I was unsure which would be the most rude, to say that I expected better or say that I expected worse. But I think it did come together in the end, even though things were problematic for quite a while.
This is this is really
we
neat.
also have the summon army effect actually summons a magical army.
It does now, yes. I already applied it. Look at that. We got magical troops still very powerful. 470, 124. Why don't we just how you doing, Connacht? Connacht, I'd like to have a debug war against you.
I choose to interpret this as being in line with the original Irish bias that was intended by the first author of this mod.
That is very much what it feels like. The magical army. I long tired of my lazy imbecile army. To make sure our realm stays protected, I will summon a magical army to battle. And summon we did. Let's bring
Oh.
Oh no, that localization.
I forgot to change the event localization.
Oh no.
Oh, let's take a look at this, right? So we are... Oh, I didn't actually check. So magical troops counter spearmen and archers. And they are heavy infantry. Okay, right.
Yeah, I didn't change that. That's copied off of whatever base troop I copied before changing the damage.
Yeah, I think you forgot to add you could have referenced an existing icon as well. You could have just said icon equals something existing.
Let me try something here.
I could have, yeah.
I just
should have went ahead and put a.
I just want to see this. Yeah? Give me a hot minute here. Let's raise all men-at-arms. Let's raise this. I just want to see. You know, it's so rare that you get a chance to test this sort of stuff. What the effect of this is. I'm gonna get rid of all the non-magical men-at-arms, and then we're gonna go to Germany and try to beat up the Holy Roman Empire. Okay? How does that sound?
Oh dear.
I don't think it'll work, but I gotta try.
No, I think it would. Yeah.
Wait, why am I
think it will.
The question is honestly whether or not you can make it there before you run out of supplies.
Wait, why am I so... Where did my magical army go? Doesn't raise them. Let me disband. Yeah, okay, let's raise... Oh, I think I just unified them and that was the issue. I shouldn't have unified the armies. That just made it so. Love new armies. Get them out of here. Get this. You know what? The knights can come. They can watch. They can stand there. These are the magical armies. I don't want the levies. I just want to test this. Who else do I need to dissolve? Just these guys. Okay, pure magical army. Nope. Where did my army go? Now I'm upset. Oh, they're not raised. For some reason. Wait, some of them are just levies. I've been betrayed. Oh, right. That makes so much more sense. You know what? We'll take the levies. I didn't actually check that. That makes sense. You only have 4 regiments of magical troops in there, but a total of 810 troops. So there's a lot of levies in there. My bad.
Yeah, I just changed the house guard to the magic army. I didn't actually test that. I don't think I actually tested. I never actually executed any of the spells while testing. All I was concerned about was fixing the tooltips.
Oh,
and
Lord.
I just assumed if the tooltips work, surely the effect works as intended.
Is this a stack wipe?
Game.
Oh, yeah, he's dead as hell. Oh my god. Wow. He actually reinforced and missed the stack wipe. He got so lucky. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the Ireland World Conquest game now.
As you can see, I bring the best balance of Crusader Kings 3 to the table.
Just look at him walk into us and just die. I actually love it.
It doesn't seem like the AI understands that even though you only have 700 guys, that they shouldn't mess with you. It just like keeps running into you.
Yeah, you know what? Install that guy on the throne. Nobody cares. Yeah, the AI is like, it's just 700 men. It can't be that bad, but it is.
When you have 400 attack power.
Oh, you know what? Let me curse him. Why aren't we cursing characters left and right? Curse from Black Magic. Catastrophic penalty. Let's go. How's he doing? He's still fine? What?
No, it won't be for long. It takes a while to update.
Oh, we're getting wiped though. They actually did it. But how many min did they come in here? We need to check that. They barely got us. We had only like, you know, I don't know, 400 mages maybe max. Let's check this. They need to bring 4,000 min all together against 558. Only 252 magical troops took part. No, actually, 370 took part in the thing. If we had like 500, we would have won that as well. So this is like actually a 10-to-1 ratio basically. The mages are very powerful. But yeah, he's goodbye Heinrich. Cheers.
Yep.
Have a good one.
He trained hard.
There he is. That's so good. I'm gonna release my anger on France and then I'm gonna kill him.
And he's gone, I think.
Yeah, he's down. Yeah. Oh, I was releasing my anger and I didn't even realize that we were having a duel and he defeated me. I will curse you now.
Uh-oh.
Good night. Sleep tight, King Philip. I love how it just goes down from fine, dying. Perfect. That is honestly, this is a great mod. This is a great goddamn mod. Oh.
There is one glaring bug left.
Oh, what's that?
It's so glaring that you haven't noticed it yet. It's the fact that in the HUD, where we added the magic display, that had some side effects. There's something you can't see anymore.
Okay, wait. Oh, okay. Oh. Is it my domain?
Yeah. Your domain is went off screen. The thing about the method I used to fix everything.
You just moved it, didn't you?
Yeah, the thing is that I didn't move it. Someone else had already inserted the thing and asked me to fix it. Right? So I just
who's that, I wonder.
I just took out that thing that they asked me to fix and I fixed that particular thing. I didn't then go outside of the thing and then say, oh, by the way, the rest of the UI should be a little bit bigger.
Right. Let me real quick. Let me finish this war. I am the Holy Roman Emperor now. Goodbye. Ireland rules supreme. All right, so I think even with stop dueling me. Even with that in mind, so the UI may be broken, and the Irish may be able to conquer the entire world within maybe like 30 years. I think if you unpause this and like try to actually take everything, I think they got it.
No, but actually, because there's another bug that helps out the AI, and that's the fact that all rulers randomly start with magic troops.
So, because they're a part of the normal men-at-arms pool?
Yes.
Yeah.
We forgot to restrict them.
Yep. You can have the have the Seljuks defeat Byzantium with magic troops.
Yeah. So unless the AI chooses to disband them, then they're gonna have magic troops.
This is actually at this point, it's just like a prequel to Harry Potter. The right now, the Battle of Manzikert is fought between the Celtic mages and the East Roman Empire mages.
Oh no.
Oh, that is So, but that's actually honestly, this is lore. Okay, can we declare it canon that only the Irish are magical? But there's so many Irish that are spread around the world that basically even all the non-mages can have one retinue of Irish mages.
These are Irish Varangians, basically. Whereas the Norsemen only went specifically to Byzantium, the Irish are everywhere. They're even in Mongolia.
Oh no,
I like that
Genghis Khan with magic troops.
Yep.
That is actually, that is the worst thing that I can imagine. Genghis Khan actually having these troops, holy crap, people never stop. Like, every war finishes in 2 seconds. But, you know, so just as an understanding, you can't give regular men-at-arms any siege ability, right?
You cannot tweak that as a thing on the men-at-arms themselves.
Right.
But you can declare it, let's say you can't tweak that during runtime. But you can add bonuses, which, for instance, in the military lifestyle strategy, I think.
So that they
there
improve
is,
the troops that otherwise would have no impact on sieging.
Yeah, they get a little bit of siege impact, but I don't think they can contribute unless there are siege weapons with high enough that can deal with the fort level.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. That makes a lot. I see it in Sappers. The trait Sappers allows you to have heavy infantry siege progress. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So you can add that through effects like that, or you can add them to the troop by definition. But you can't say, "Oh, we have gotten to this point in the game, so now all of the troops in the world are gonna get bonuses."
Right.
Yeah. So the unit itself is static, and you as a ruler can have the siege bonus. It's not the troop itself that has the siege bonus then.
It's pretty... Okay, so to sum it up, what has been done? We have these spells that we can do via decision. They work. We have the actual magical generation, which also works. We have the interactions, which work, but also make you invisible, which makes them very, very strong, because it's basically 2 spells in 1. We got magical men-at-arms that are like Varangians all over the map, but can also be summoned via the spell, so that is now also integrated. And the most fascinating part, beyond some of the abilities being a bit too strong, but you know, that's just... the most fascinating part to me is that the basic idea of you do a spell and it costs you stress as well, it has stuck. That's still in there. So we got something that I, at the very least, would call a very buggy, but also a very coherent mod. Funnily enough.
Also, I don't know if it says so in the mouse over tooltip for the magic resource, but there is actually a bit of a mathematical formula that goes into how much magic you're getting.
Right. I did see learning, right? That goes into it?
It does scale with learning, but because of how it was implemented originally in the yearly version,
yeah,
it was not. It was basically a bunch of if statements saying that if you have more than this learning, you get this much. If you have more than this learning, you get this much.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Yeah. So what I did was basically, because I wanted to have it formulaic so that you could show it in the UI, I broke it down so that there are 2 terms, both a linear term in learning and a quadratic term. So the more learning you have, the more valuable the next point of learning is.
Oh,
so
right.
If you have just 10 learning, then you get, right now, you get 9 magic per month.
Yeah.
But the more you get, the more your learning counts. So if you have 100 magic, you're not just going to get 100... sorry, if you have 100 learning, you won't just get 100 magic. You'll get like 1,000 or 10,000. Something like that.
How do I add skill again?
Add learning skill
Oh really?
Uh,
Oh yeah, no, that's lifestyle XP. Add. Is it just
no,
learning?
it's actually an effect. So if you write learning number,
Oh,
that's
it's
the
this again.
command.
Oh,
Or
okay,
you
that's
write-
it, right.
Or you
well-
write an effect with add the learning skill.
Oh no, it didn't do it. Or is it like?
You have to unpause for 1 day. It doesn't. It only updates. Wait, what?
No, no, no. It told me, yeah. Hmm.
Okay, then I'll send you another one.
I want to just check the formula. But either way, I want to thank all of you actually for taking part in this, even if it was in some ways surely something that you don't commonly do when you mod. All of you are very active, prolific modders in the community, and this was a challenge I don't think that anybody's ever done. So again, oh my god, yeah, wow.
It was fun. It was really fun to do.
Look at that. We all of a sudden have 522 magical capacity. Yeah, that's a steep increase right there. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. So it's not capped by gold like in Way of Kings. So the symbol still feels off to me.
Right.
Like to me, there's just something unnatural about seeing the amount of magical capacity being higher than the gold. There's also one thing that I wanted to do but couldn't find time for, and that is having the invisibility spell actually turn you invisible. I know how to do it. I've done it in Way of Kings. It just, I also know that it would take too long.
Wait, okay.
So-
Does it render your clothes invisible?
No, currently it doesn't do anything.
Oh no, but what I mean is, if it did, would you
Yeah.
be completely gone, or would the clothes still be there?
I mean, the way I would have done it would have removed you completely.
Okay, fair enough.
There are a couple of different ways you could go about it. If you go the route of portrait modifiers, then it's actually really difficult, because the game insists that you must have a fig leaf.
Right.
So
Right.
like,
So
normally
that
when you're
would still be
naked-
there at the very least.
Yeah. So if you remove all clothes, you would end up with a fig leaf just floating in the
Yeah.
air. I had so many problems removing that, so I ended up actually just making a new asset that was not fig leaf. That I was wearing not fig leaf then. Instead of wearing nothing, I was wearing not fig leaf.
Right. It's so I love the fact that there's this invisible spell and like it has these mechanics that are attached and you're like, let's make it literal. I think that is perfect to actually make it visible in the game. It's a great idea, no doubt. But I have to say, folks, we are actually coming to an end. If you have any last words before I banish you into the modding mines for all of eternity, your chance is now.
Oh no!
I feel like I understand how Matt feels a little bit better now when he sees broken mod code. I was like, why are you doing this? Please, there exists documentation out there. Please have some documentation. You can have documentation if you want it. Just go to the wiki.
But that involves opening a web browser, typing in Paradox wikis, finding the page. That's a lot of work when I can just do it badly.
Also, I don't think anyone opened an error log.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm too scared. Yeah, what the hell?
I'm not opening that either.
So actually, there was one thing I found in the error log, and that's the fact that the interaction category, right now it's at the bottom.
Mhm.
Apparently there are no common ones, so the game is going to do something if there are too many of them, but I have no idea what.
Right.
So we have to, if we were going to add more interactions, we would have to fix that.
Gotcha. Folks, thank you for joining me. Thank you for doing this. Will you? Here's a big question.
Thank you for hosting this.
We still have a day. We're not at the end yet, right? But here's a question that I have, and either answer is fine. Will this mod go up in this state? Will we get like some changes?
The answer is yes.
Okay, fair enough. That is a very good answer. With that, however, I beg all of you to leave your goodbyes with the viewers, and then I'm gonna finish it off.
Here,
So
have my goodbye.
there you have it.
Have a
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
goodbye.
Yeah,
Too.
yeah, everyone have a good day.
Yeah.
And,
Good
and
night,
fear,
everyone.
fear the Irish.
Remember, the Irish are magic, and all of the modders that participated in this are magic. Again, it was Tobson from Way of Kings, it was Hutma from the Tales of Ireland, Uber from basically every mod, but also from Kingdom of Heaven, and then, of course, Wrench from the Fallen Eagle. And with that, basically, we're at the end of this event, of this ModCon day, ModCon day. We still have tomorrow. And tomorrow is a Game of Thrones day. If you weren't aware, tomorrow is a Game of Thrones. We have many other fat mods. We have a secret mod. We have Princess of Darkness. We have let me actually check. See, I have so many mods. We got Apotheosis, which is an amazing mod that is upcoming for Greek gameplay in the Antiquity. What else we got? We got the Four Nations. They're also there. Yeah. Let me just quickly check one more time. The light is literally blinding me. We have achieved a donation, hit of 1,845 euro. I can't talk anymore. It's been a long day. I hope you understand. But I want to say thank you to all of you that have been here today during the shows, that have prepared all of this. Tomorrow is the last day of ModCon. And I feel glad because we will have this behind us, and it's the biggest thing that I've ever worked on. So it's definitely something where I'm just gonna be like, phew, we've done it. But also I feel a bit melancholic because honestly, like it's a format that who knows when we're gonna do it again next year, something like that, right? So again, thank you to every single one of you. I believe Muslim Enhancement, just for the record, is participating in tomorrow's research panel where they detail, there's a couple of teams, or there's a number of teams that detail in a short way what sort of thing they got going in terms of their research that they do for the mod. So I just want to say thank you again to everybody involved. We're going to have the Majapahit result tomorrow. It's probably going to go live tomorrow as well. We're going to play that on stream. We're going to have a game of, again, the entire main event. There's so much that is coming. Thank you all for tuning in. I am tuning out, and I'll see you tomorrow.